Hey, everyone. Look at that. I got the mute page done correctly this time. Hope everybody's having a good weekend. Seems like most people have a 4-day holiday, a 4-day weekend. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, Independence Day. So I just figured I'd start another hangout. The last one was more of just me ranting about something, and I figured I'd start something up here. Maybe some folks want to join. I put the links out in the usual places that we all get them from. So if anybody wants to join in, feel free. Feel free. Get it started on this Independence Day weekend, which we're not as independent as we thought we were. So I know some people watched the last short little hangout I did. It was about a half hour long. So if anyone wants to go back and check it out, excellent. Go for it. Go for it. Maybe some people will look into and maybe have some questions, and that's why I started this. And actually, it'll take a few minutes, so I'll just keep talking until somebody joins. I know I had a little bit of some questions actually, and I know a couple people want to perhaps join in. Feel free in the regular dispensaries, or I can get you one direct, I believe. List here. I'm sure I do. So if you hear the beeping in the background, it's only because I still have Google Hangouts open. So all of a sudden, if you hear a blink, just means I got a message on that. Yeah, I see Issa's out there too. Obviously, Anthony's out there. I think Anthony's going to join here shortly. He sent a message. He's wrapping something up. So as soon as he's done, I think Anthony, which is THC, will join, which would be great. I watched his special that he did with the cannabis, and it was quite educational and informative, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I haven't watched the whole thing. I got through about half of it, and it was so early this morning, I about fell asleep on the computer once again. So I have to go back and watch that. So I do admit I haven't seen the whole thing. What I did see for the first hour plus or something that I watched was pretty informative. And that was over on Antonio's channel, Antonio Subrat's channel. Pretty interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. And who else we got out there? I think that's it. It only says a couple people watching. So I'll just chat a little bit until I'm joined. Unless I'm not joined by anybody, then you just get stuck with me ranting for the next 8 hours. No, I won't do that. I promise. I put too many people to sleep when I do that. Some are still out there kind of lurking, searching around. So I put it in the usual places that everybody can find it on live chats anyway. Oh, there you go. Wolfman just joined in the live chat out there. That's great. Get some more people, some more interaction with some questions. I don't know if I can answer the questions. I'll certainly try. I know that the last one I put out was just me ranting and showing some documentation and different things, and based on mortgages and mortgage and promissory note, and the two going together, and you can't have one without the other. And boy, the stuff and information I found out. And I've been fighting for a couple of years now with this, back and forth with the lending institution. It's been quite the up and down. Pretty interesting. So if that was the basic message, because of Independence Day and everything else, we might not be as independent as we thought we once were. And maybe look at your documentation, pull it out, look at it, make sure it's in proper order, and it's actually what you thought it was going to be. Because I was quite surprised. I was surprised when I found out. And I showed that in the last video. It's about a half hour long or something like that. Just a presentation of what I'm going through myself, actually. So if anybody wants to check it out, or check out some of the channels that I've subscribed to as well, that I got this start, not all the information. I got the start of the information from those particular channels, and they're very informative, and they break it down. They really break it down for you. If I can understand it, anyone can understand it. Let's put it that way. So it came out pretty good. I didn't check if anybody else was live. I hope I'm not stepping across, because obviously we have a lot of friends amongst us that all do live hangouts. So hopefully I'm not stepping. I mean, it's only Saturday at 3:30 here, Eastern Standard Time, I might add. And I know people are from all over the place, and perhaps have a same situation or similar situation that I particularly have. So if anybody wants to join chat, it's join in the chat or join in live chat. Would be great. Would be great. I got all the content out on the last one. I ran out of content. Sorry, that's it. Go home. No, I'm just kidding. Now I can just turn into my relaxed self. That was the business side of me come out in that last video. Now it's just relaxed time. I got off my chest what I had to say. For now, anyway. Let's see, there's got to be more. There's got to be more. There's so many things going on. Many live hangouts going on all the time. In fact, I thought about doing the one that I just recently, the video I just recently put out. I was going to do that a couple days ago, and every time I was going to do it, there was so many people that were doing live chats. It was like, wow. So it might have gotten buried. So I think I hit the timing right. I don't think anybody was on about 45 minutes ago or something like that. Not that I saw anyway. Everybody was kind of re-gearing up, so I figured I'd slip one in real quick. Oh, Wolfman's got a question out there. What's it like on the right side of PA? Well, the New Jersey side, it's actually good. Problem is that the taxes are just out of control here. You know, the property taxes are just insanely high. You can most people talk about jumping the border. It's actually comparable. I've compared where I live and how much a year that I'm paying in property tax, and if I were to jump the border to Pennsylvania, which is about 20 minutes away, it's not that far, I would probably pay a year what I pay here in a quarter as far as property tax. And there's no services affiliated with those property taxes either. I don't have garbage pickup. I don't have, you know, any of that sort of thing. And people argue, well, you have a road in front of your house, dude. My comment to them was, I don't care if it's gravel, because I should be paying for a 7-lane highway at the price that I'm paying in front of my house. Or at least transportation, yearly annual transportation for the kind of tax money that I pay on this place. It's insane. And actually, there's others that are worse. As a matter of fact, I've spoken with Jimmy, and actually Jimmy Jedi, where he is actually, the tax rate is actually slightly higher than mine. We compared them. One of our chats we were having, it was just incredibly high. Hey, I see Anthony joined. Hey, Anthony.
Hey, Larry. How are you, buddy?
I'm good. I'm good. Hey, I caught your special there with Antonio and Lindsay, and I have to admit I haven't gotten through the whole thing. I think I watched about the first hour plus and got a little tired. So
man,
I plan on going back.
I don't even know how you put up. I didn't even know how you put up with us that long. But yeah, no, it was fun. It was it was a lot of fun.
No, absolutely. It looked like you guys were having a good time, and there was a bunch of information. I was trying to keep up with it all.
Yeah, look, I think the most important thing, Larry, cat has the bag.
Yes. Yeah, yeah, very much so. I'm just
Yeah,
getting.
they're not going to put this one in the bag, Larry.
Well, you're a little broken up and a little low on the microphone there for some reason.
Yep, that should be better now. Can you hear me? Is that better?
Still a little bit low.
It's a little strange, isn't it? Yeah. Yesterday was really weird as well. Let me just hang up. I'm going to come back.
Okay, go ahead. Well, while Anthony's doing that, actually, some of the properties of of the Hangouts as well as the watch page have been going funny. The other day, everybody, well, not everybody, many, including myself, couldn't even interactively chat on, and I mean on, you could any of the live chats. In fact, I went to some of the ridiculous ones, like spinning cats around the ball or whatever the heck it was, and I couldn't even chat in there to say anything. And then I signed out and just came in as a blank, person who would just be joining YouTube and really not chatting so much, and just kind of signed in to see if the chat was working, and it still didn't work there. So not sure what's going on.
Yeah, that should be better, Larry. I can hear you clear.
Okay, maybe that's a little better.
Yep.
There you go. How's that?
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear, mate.
Yeah, I just went to I just turned you up a little bit there too. So
cool. Yeah. So yeah, what's been happening with you all this week? Yeah, I haven't really caught up with what's been going on, but looks like there's a lot of movement in the flat Earth, mate, with this map coming up, and it's going to be a hoot of it's going to be a great year, man.
yeah, I believe so as well. I definitely believe so.
No, regardless of what information we're getting, it's more information in the last 3 months than I've had personally for a long, long time.
Yeah, it seems that way, doesn't it? It seems like it's coming in I don't want to say a bigger wave. It just seems to be coming in a information packet, and it seems to be really gaining speed, and I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, I think what it is, groups of people are clanning together, and they're taking the issues and they're fucking just doing the work.
Yes. Yeah, very well said.
Yeah, it's going to be great. So what do you think's going to go on with these bogus, what do they call this gentleman with the electric car?
The Tesla car, you mean?
Yeah, the Tesla car. He's supposed to be doing some more launching. Have you heard any more about that with his rockets?
Oh, with the no, actually, I haven't. I just knew about the car. I didn't know they were doing rockets too.
Yeah. He's getting into it. It's it's amazing, these buggers, mate. Follow the money trail, huh? I'm telling you.
Oh, exactly. That's excuse me. I had to walk over there. That's the point I was making because I did a hangout instead of a video. I call it a video because it was only me in there just ranting about the banking system and different things that I'm personally involved with my situation, and you start looking into things about follow the money trail. Oh man, I'm telling you, if you just start following the money trail,
Yeah.
you don't eat. Make sure you don't eat a full meal before you look into it because it's about to come up.
Yeah. It's ruthless, isn't it, man? I mean, we're dealing with some really wicked buggers.
Oh yeah, yes, yeah, and the more you look into it, and I say, at first you want to get sick to your stomach, and then you start looking into it, and then when you, I think as I know you certainly do, Anthony, and people that we hang around a lot have looked into it, you start to get an understanding, and then once you understand, you can kind of function with it until you can figure out, okay, I need to get off the merry-go-round here and do things maybe a little differently.
Yeah, yeah, well said. Yeah, yeah, off the merry-go-round, mate.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, these people are just selling us so much bogus. I mean, you know,
Mm-hmm.
it's just, I don't know how far you can take bullshit.
Exactly. Well, until the point you can't take it anymore, and you're like, I'm sick of this garbage. I'm not going to take it anymore.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's happening. Yeah, it's really interesting what's happening. You know, yeah, I'm pretty excited, man. I really am, because really, when you really do have a lot of factual evidence about, it's just like presenting it to a judge. Common
Yes.
sense. It's common sense, mate. It is or it is not.
That's why I wore the T-shirt today. I wore the T-shirt today that says "It is what it is."
It is what it is, man. I love it. Yeah, yeah. It's mate. I'm just really excited. Look. We've got a good group of people that are really passionate, man. I mean, it's just really interesting. You know, with Sergel, he's doing his camera today. He's tracking the sun.
Okay.
Yeah. So you know, a lot of people are just, mate. We're taking the power back, brother.
Yeah. Exactly. That's what's nice about it. And I still get the same old thing, especially family and stuff like that. And they're like, "Oh, come on, you're not going to talk about." Yes, I am, because I have looked into it. Once you look in, and here's something, Anthony, too, that I got the other day, actually. So having a chat with family members, a couple of them, and it came up. It's like, oh, well, you can't believe everything you see on the internet, and you can't, you're just doing that YouTube. And I looked at them, and you know what I said? I said, well, let me see it. You're going to possibly take an online course, for college or something, or perhaps you want to fix your vehicle and you want to look up online and see how somebody's done it, because obviously there's tutorials out there how to fix things, or there's tons of them out there depending on what vehicle you have, or motorcycle or whatever. Yeah. And so you can't believe that either. And I was like, yeah, you believe what you believe, and if you look into it, it's good information or if it's bad information, and you can just discern between the two.
You're so right. You're so right, Larry. You know what I like about it? It's like you have a 1960s singer, just like the old singers with the pedal, for doing your sewing. Okay, if you need a manual, you go onto YouTube and you can pull that thing apart and rebuild it. Why I bring that up is it's because it's fact. It's not like a science program. It's not a mathematical equation. It is factual. I see what they do with that device. I take that information and I duplicate it, and it works. So all we're doing with Antonio and everybody else, and with Sergel doing today with the sun tracking, and same with Karen B, everybody doing what they're doing, mate, it's getting to a point where anybody can duplicate what's being done right now.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Cool.
Yeah, and that's the point I was making also. It's like, okay, wait a second. So if I go online and I look up flat Earth, or I'm researching something in flat Earth, or it could be anything, could be any subject. We could name them all. It would take all day. So everybody knows, of course, our group. We all know all the different things in Red Flag, whatever you want to research. So when I do that, that's not true. However, you can go take or a college course online, and you're going to believe everything that comes through the computer, and I'm not supposed to. How does that work exactly? And then they sit there dumbfounded. Of course, they get mad at me for bringing it up, and then all of a sudden I'm back at square one.
Yeah, isn't that interesting?
It's funny. I like it. But that's my sense of humor. It's just my sense of humor is a little off sometimes.
Yeah. You got to have some sense of humor, man. I'm telling you, because like it's very true. You understand all this, but every now and again, it's you go into that not a depression, but more of the void.
Yeah.
Where you don't know what to believe. And it's like that, you've got this big pause. Hey, Larry, you're just in that void, the pause. God, what the fuck is going on? Is it round? Is it flat? Is it this? Is it that? Yeah, you go through those moments, man, and I think everyone does. Well, I have anyway.
I would second that. I certainly have also, and gone through that. Just the point you explained right there, and you go back, and then you go back and start looking at some different things, and then it's nice because when you do go back and question, that's what we should do, is question yourself as well. As I'm saying myself, I question myself as well, and go back and look, and then go back again with maybe a little more educated eyes about certain things, and go back and look again. You're like, well, nope, that's right, that's correct.
Yep. There's another one.
Exactly, and I enjoy also the fact that no matter what kind of question, and you mentioned earlier as well, a good, a really nice, good group of people around that you can, if you have a question about something, and I particularly may not know, perhaps on the cannabis, I say, oh, wait a second, I know exactly the person to ask this question, and get in touch that way. And everybody kind of points everybody in the right direction. It's very difficult to know everything about all the subjects. So many individuals know all of that particular subject, or the greatest amount of that subject, and it's easy to point everyone in that direction depending on what question they have, which is great. That's why I love the community so much. It's awesome.
Yeah, that's so true, man. And you get an instant. What I love about it is the feedback it's almost instant, because it's even getting to the stage where you're bringing up a subject and someone just puts up a video. I'm thinking, what the fuck is that? I was just thinking about that. What the, so I think there's a sort of a collective going on. And I hate saying that because everyone's an individual, but I think everyone's feeding this information into a big pool of, I don't know what you'd want to call it. I don't want to get too airy-fairy, but it's like everyone's doing their own little bizzo. But when you're thinking about something, someone just loads it up, and I'm thinking, man, this has happened more than once, and this is really cool. It's
right.
It's like there's you got your little talismans along the way, letting you know that, hey, man, you're on the right track. You're turning you're turning every stone over of bullshit.
Yeah, I've certainly learned an awful lot about the cannabis and stuff, and I had known about it before. I even had seen some of the things that you had done, and others, even before the YouTube thing, because through the years, some people have had some ailment with different particular things, which you discussed on the video that or the hangout you did with Antonio and Lindsay, and some of those came up, and I'm like, yeah, I do know of an individual, and I will never name names or anything, because here it's illegal to have.
Yep.
And somebody actually went back to their doctor. True story, as far as I know, it was a brother-in-law of a very close friend of mine, and went back to the doctor 6 months later, and the doctor asked, "What'd you do?" And he says, "I can't tell you." And then privately told him, and he almost had the same story about the gentleman that was in that. He wasn't in the comatose state for that 7-year period. It was somebody who was diagnosed with something, went back, and the doctor basically said a similar thing.
Wow.
Yeah, we know.
Wow. Isn't it a crying shame? That how many, if you look at, through my research, I know that I know this is going to sound so terrible, but has a quota. And if you don't believe me, you can go and check their records, okay? Because everything's public, but it's buried down. But they have a quota for organs, especially some of these big, huge hospitals with emergency wards and stuff like that, where people just get rushed in from accidents. But they have a quota, and the quota is not done in organ parts, but as in transactions, money. Really interesting shit, man. It's pretty terrible. So what I'm bringing up is when people come in and if you're in a comatose state, what they try and do now is they're trying to fast track when you come in. They're fast tracking pulling the plug on you, especially if you're under 35. Your organs are worth more. But It's really interesting, Larry, and it's just I'm thinking, how far does this have to go before, you know, something's got to break here. You know, this is farming brother and sister, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I do believe that and maybe I'm wrong about this. I do see a change. I see a change in people, in their behavior, in what they're doing as far as, you know, medical attention, what they're doing as far as vaccination, what they're doing as far as you know, looking around and walking outside and just look around, man. Nature will tell you everything you need to know. Just look around at the animals and their behavior and what's going on in the foliage on the trees and different. You know, it's all right there. And I've noticed a difference with that. And actually that's pretty cool. And, you know, for a couple of years ago, I started looking up again and I was like, wow, man, the top of that tree's dead. Why is that dead? And you're looking at it and it makes no sense. And then you look into chemtrails and different things, they're spraying, and the fungus that grows on the roofs, roofing, you know, on the house, the roof of the house now, the fungus and the moss and everything, which was never there before, and different things you just kind of pick out and notice. It's just,
yeah, something's not making sense, hey, mate. It's a little out of whack.
Yes, absolutely, positively out of whack.
Yeah. But I tell you what, it was like, and talking with Antonio and what was the other gentleman's name? It was Lindsay. Is that correct?
Lindsay. Yeah, I believe it was Lindsay.
Yeah,
if we got that wrong.
He's a nice guy, mate. I don't know too much about Lindsay, but yeah, what a gentleman. But anyway, some of the things we brought up was really interesting about what we've been taught. And I mean everything. And I mean, when you think about it, who the fuck came up with you got 5 senses? Why, who says that? You know, I have questioned everything, and we don't have 5 senses. And like other people around the world know we don't have 5 senses. We have much more than that. And it's only because it's the senses that they want you to know. They don't want you to know about other senses because it doesn't work in their favor. They just allow you to have those senses to know that you can eat your way to the grave, you know, through, you know, your touch, smell, sight, you know, and the music, hearing, but they don't allow you the understanding that there's other senses dealing with the spiritual, and that's, you know, grounding your feet. Don't wear fucking shoes for a while. Just ground yourself electromagnetically. And it was really interesting where the conversation went, because if you look at all the indigenous people of the world, common is that they have this connection, this foot to earth connection, and they always talk about it, even in their dancing and everything. There's always this connection with the feet and the ground. It's really interesting. But it was one of the subjects that, Larry, that we brought up that I thought it really just makes you really think about what have we been told that's a complete fucking opposite. It's a lie.
Yes. Yeah, and starting to look into, and like you said, I like how you said that, where you were talking about the senses, and you say that's what that's what they allow, and as you said that, I was like, oh, that was perfectly chimed in right there. That's what they allow. It's not what you have. It's what they allow you to think you do.
Yeah, it's bogus, isn't it, mate? You know, and that's why my children don't know they have 5 senses, but they're learning them. And I'm not going to let them, and I'm never going to deface or put down, or I'm going to let them work out their own senses, mate. I don't want to build, you know, a scaling ruler that this is where your boundaries of your senses go. You know, that's what we've all been living in. I think it's bullshit, mate. It really is. It's just, you know, the more and more I listen to these scientists, the more and more I do not trust what we've been told, because, you know, they're treating us like lab rats, mate. I swear to God.
Yes.
The more and more because I sit in and I listen to some of their meetings and conversations, and the more and more I listen to these wicked people, you know, they look at us like a lab rat. And it's disgusting, mate, because I've got 3 young children.
Mm-hmm.
They're fuckers.
Yes. Yeah. It's like and it's a training thing that starts very young and continues. It continues. I mean, how many folks are actually in those little cubicles and those little pigeonholes, that little gerbil maze, that they're in there doing their corporate jobs or IT or tech or customer service, and they're all sitting in these catacombs as you walk in. You can't see any heads. There's no facial expression. There's no person-to-person contact. They're all surrounded by walls, and you can only get out this one side of the wall. And don't think about jumping over the wall because you get fired for doing that. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, it's cuckoo, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. The nice part is you have like-minded people that research and look into everything, and certainly way more than I ever. And you start going different ways, and you always call on them. Always call on that person too. I'm sure I could always, if I have a question, with the Anthony, with your specialty, with the cannabis and stuff, I'll be sending you a message right away because I'm still in the learning curve of that particular subject.
Yeah.
So if I have any questions, I'll just automatically, and I know you'll respond. You'll be like, hey, let's jump on, or what do you got, or what do you. So that's the part that I enjoy the most. There's always somebody who has already done the research and can point you in the right way, so you can also do your own research and look into it, because you'll learn it and retain it much more than somebody just saying, oh, this is what I found out. Well, if you start with that and you don't have the foundation beforehand, it's going to be difficult. You're better off to go back and research and come back with questions, have a conversation, and then move on from there. And it's not.
Yeah, no, you're right on, mate. Yeah, you're right on. Look, and that's the great thing about it. People just taking their own power back. I mean, holy shit, man! It's just so easy, Take your power back. Be self-sufficient, and boy, oh boy, they do not like that.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. That's why I did the hangout before. I don't know. And I'm sure, Anthony, you get this once in a while too. You get up, you start your day and everything, and all of a sudden you stop and you're like, it's about time, because I held on to the topic that I had for quite a while, for almost 2 years, because of different things, and obviously, court systems and all that kind of stuff, which we all enjoy going through. And I just had a bug about me, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it right now. And I just jotted down some notes, grabbed my paperwork, and I just started. And the response was pretty good, actually. I think some people had questions in the chat, so I apologize if I didn't get to them. That's why I restarted again. I figured if they want to jump in and have questions, or have some questions out there or something like that, that's great. As long as they're not busy. I mean, it is a nice Saturday, so a lot of people could be out with family and stuff, enjoying the weekend.
Yeah, but you know what, mate? It's just allowing. It's just allowing that there's a what would you say? There's a template you can jump on, and you can go and chat, mate. I think that's great. Look, there's so many people doing this now, Larry. I mean, like, look at it. In the last 3 months, my God, there's so many people that are just having their own little chats and speaking about what they've been bullshitted about.
Yeah, that's the cool part.
It is. And look, what about Hillbilly? I mean, there's some things that I heard when he was talking about that Sandy Hook, and I'm thinking, I mean, Jesus Christ, mate, how far where does this road lead to?
I've listened to several of his presentations, and I mean, he's got it down to a T. There's just nothing, and most of it's right off the top of his head. And he references the notes. He retained most all of that. And I'm like, whoa, he could name names and people in west, north, east, south, where they were, what time they were, everything. I'm like, wow, that's pretty.
Yeah, no, I was listening to it last night, mate. I mean, I was listening for every word, mate. I mean, the guy was, Hillbilly was on, man. I mean, because I've never heard him talk about it. And last night, mate, I'm telling you, he spoke about it on IPS.
Oh, no kidding. I didn't see him over there.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, Hillbilly was on there, and he just one after the other, mate. I mean, didn't even take a breath. He was just, yeah, man. He was dealing it out, mate. It was really interesting. I've never heard him speak like that. It's very knowledgeable guy. Shit. I mean, he said stuff that I didn't even think of about those crazy bastards at Sandy Hook. I mean, they're crooks, mate.
Yeah. I watched, because he's done a couple, because obviously we've all hung around for quite a while. I've seen a couple of his where he goes through the detailed list of everything. I mean, you gotta put some, just, and like he says, pull up a chair, get a, grab yourself a drink, sit back, enjoy yourself a little while, and he just goes.
Hello, gentlemen.
He did, man. He did. He was amazing.
Oh, hey, Mark. I was just sending you a link.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw it was in the thing. Thank you.
Hey, buddy. How are
Hey, Anthony.
You? Hey, man. How are you? Yeah, I was just talking to Larry about Hillbilly last night. I mean, Jesus Christ, mate. I had to pick myself up off the floor. I didn't realize it was that blatantly obvious.
What happened? I wasn't on. I wasn't even around.
Oh, well, yeah, Hillbilly was, him and IPS just got into a conversation, and then for about 15, 20 minutes, Hillbilly just, I mean, serious, man. It was a train wreck after train wreck on how these people have lied about Sandy Hook. And he just brought it out. Factual evidence about their documentation.
He's got a lot of information regarding that.
Holy, I'm serious, dude. Shit, man. He's a threat.
Yeah.
I mean, he wasn't even reading anything, man. This was coming out of his head.
Hey, Anthony. I've been trying to get to talk to you for a couple days now. I needed some medical advice and some questions answered.
Oh yeah, go for it, mate. Look, and then again, if I don't know, mate, I can point you in the right direction.
Okay, I'm sure you can. Thank you. First off, I wanted to ask you: is broccoli sprouts better than just eating the broccoli?
Most definite. Yeah. See the broccoli.
Because we get broccoli all the time. I eat broccoli every night.
Oh, broccoli's great. If you can have broccoli and blanch it a little bit, because what happens, you increase the bioavailability just increases. They're saying 3.5-fold, and I mean that's an incredible increase. So if you do your broccoli sprouts, if you grow them,
I haven't seen them anywhere.
I don't know, because they don't want you to know about it, mate. It's hard to find. And now, there's people out there trying to sell broccoli seeds, and they're not. They're alfalfa seeds. So you've got some real trickery going on out there. But there's a few. Look, I'm going to find some reputable places, and then I'll pass it on. That's what I'll do.
All right, but broccoli in itself is okay.
Oh yes,
is good.
Oh, absolutely. They've seen benzene counts go down from because they did studies where broccoli grows naturally in certain Asian countries.
And
they smoke a lot. And so what they did is they took their blood counts, and their benzene levels were so low, and then they worked out and attribute that it was their diet, which is what? 3/4 of their diet was blanched broccoli.
Okay. I'm making sure my son, myself, and my wife, every night we have broccoli with our meal. We're doing everything. Yeah. All right. And then my next question is, I have my best friend, his wife had to have surgery, and what they were going to do was they were going to pierce the skin, the muscle, go in and place steroid right on the outside of the spinal column. Yeah. Unfortunately, this doctor fucked up and pierced the cord. So
where the synovial fluid lies.
So it leaks, but because there's no red blood cells in it, it won't clot. So what they do is they call it a blood patch. They take a drop of blood from your body and they put it in front of it so that it'll coagulate and seal up the hole. Well, it didn't fucking work. This poor girl was going to go in and have a major surgery where they were going to cut open her neck to expose the spinal cord and then look around and see if they could find the hole and fix it. Luckily, she went to a surgeon in California, and they were able to get the X-ray from the original doctor who didn't want to release it, but they got it and showed it to him, and he found out. He was like, "Oh man, that the hole's right fucking there." You know, I mean, come on. So he went in, fixed everything. She's healing, but the problem is she still has continuous headaches and migraines, and to the point where she can't cope. She's
Okay.
basically lays on the couch all day.
Okay, we can fix this.
What do I suggest?
We can fix this ASAP.
What do I suggest?
Okay. So there's a product that I have a few friends do, and what she needs is what they call a full spectrum. So basically, what's going to happen is you're going to have a product that has 2.5 milligrams of THC. Which is activated. Then it's got 2.5 milligrams of THC which has the acid still attached to it, and that's there for a reason. And then it's got I think 3.5 milligrams of CBD and then CBDA. And what the product is, it's from Treatwell. It's a gentleman that I've been teaching a lot, and I'd say that he's probably got the most superior cannabis and CBD products on the market today. You still won't hear much about them because the pharmaceutical industry doesn't want you to know about it. But,
of course,
it's Treatwell.
Yes.
It's called Treatwell. That's TREAT and then WELL, Treatwell. Now, and the one that you want is what they call their wellness blend. And then they have another one, which is a 20-to-1, meaning that it's 20-to-1, meaning CBD to THC. And so that means she'll be doing this throughout the day. So what it's actually going to do, it's going to do a lot of inflammation correction, just getting down that inflammation. Because what it is her headaches is caused by inflammation because there's swelling there. And when you swell, when you have pressure anywhere, especially around a nerve, you may not think it, but it'd be like you having an exposed cut, cutting that cut with a pin. That's what the pressure's like on the nerve. So those.
Yeah, that's an overlooked thing. I'll tell all you guys real quick. If any of you ever have a trauma incident where you're not conscious, make sure that your family members absolutely force the issue and that they monitor your cranial pressure, because that's something that's overlooked. It's very overlooked.
But it's purposely done.
And they don't do it. They don't fucking do it.
It's purposely done because they want you to be a veg. They want your organs, man. These are assholes. The first thing you should do is always, if anything, you don't even know if they've got head trauma because the person is unconscious. You already monitor that. The first thing you do is you monitor where the brainstem lies. They're idiots, mate.
Yeah.
It's common sense.
Yeah, it's terrible. Horrible. Absolutely horrible.
But getting back to you, it's Treatwell. Treatwell, so the 20.
Yeah, I'm going to tell him tonight.
Yeah. Oh, look. Within.
See, he might have to. He might honestly have to take his wife and go on a vacation for a few weeks out there and try it out, because we're in New York.
No.
It's a fucked up state.
If you do this, I will have someone meet you there.
That's what I'm saying. I mean.
No.
If he goes out there,
I never mess about with this, dude. If you really are serious
No,
about
I know. That's why I told him.
I will have. You'd probably have to go to Humboldt County.
She has zero quality of life right now, and she's she used to be a very vibrant woman, intelligent. She's a nurse, and it's a fucking crying shame that this doctor fucked her up.
Yeah, because my lab's not opening up for 3-4 weeks out, my friend. So I can't do anything here. Like, she can come to Washington and I can get her products, but it's not my product. if she does, I don't know what's easier for you to go to California or to Washington. If she does come
I
here,
wonder if she could. I wonder if she can even fly. Will that be difficult? That would be uncomfortable, right, with the air pressure in the cabin?
yeah, most definitely. Yeah, any
Yeah,
deep pressurization. Oh, most definitely.
you might have to drive.
Yeah, it's like when you get
'Cause-
sinus. It's like when you get sinus and you get that pressure in the just
Well,
under the cleft, and it really is. It hurts you if you've just even got nasal
did you just
pressure.
get closer to the microphone, or was it me? Because you just sound so much better right now.
Um, no.
Did
Yeah,
you move?
I think you got a little bit closer.
Oh, okay, it wasn't just me. I was like, "Whoa, did my ears just clear up? That was weird." I mean, and I heard
That's
you
weird.
fine before. It's funny.
That's funny. But yeah, so that's a great thing. So if she does come to
Okay.
Washington, mate, she'll have to just get an apartment for a week or two, and I could get her a lot of product, or she can go to Humboldt County. She can get an apartment there, and then I can have someone meet her there and show her the range of TreatWell products, and they can actually monitor her for the maybe the weekend, because the good thing about this is we write everything down. I mean, every test case study from an animal to a human being to everyone, we write down and track. Because you know what, we're learning to, and you know why we're doing this. It's because I know what Big Pharma's up to, and I heard just about 3 or 4 weeks ago, their mission statement is they cannot compete with cannabis. They know that, because you cannot beat some of the products that we make because they're natural. They can't compete with something that's natural. What they said they're going to do is where they're going to win the market is through microdosing, synthetic THC.
Really?
Yeah, man, they're assholes, dude. But you know what? It's yeah, we just need to stay ahead. We just need to be smart, and just stay ahead. We need to play their game, but we're just going to keep it natural, my friend.
Yes. And
But she'll notice. In 20 minutes, she'll know straight away. See, she's got to understand that the pressure will be alleviated as soon as she places those 3 or 4 drops under her tongue. The endocannabinoid system will kick in instantly. It's not like 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 hours, next day. No, instantly. We don't even know the communication path. 2AG, we don't even know it. Even they've actually admitted the 2AG, they didn't even know how it communicates, man. This is the endocannabinoid system. They have not got a fucking clue. They don't know how it does it. It's like a quantum computer. Information jumps. They don't know.
Can I have my son eat an apricot seed a day too?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. No more than that. Yeah, because
me and my wife, we take one every morning. We eat one every morning.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it, man. You see, a lot of people don't understand. It's not about overdoing it. It's about microdosing, keeping your body in homeostasis. It's about doing small things,
right?
More often for the rest of your life.
Right.
Yeah, for the rest of your life,
consistent.
Mate.
That's the word I mean.
Absolutely, dude. Because people don't.
I've been listening to you, Anthony. I have been listening.
You know what it is, Zulu?
Attention. I'm trying to change my life. What I'm doing with myself. I've always been a big fat brown Puerto Rican monster. But
you still can be, man. You still can be and live a long time.
All my life I've been up and down with my weight. And the cancer thing is what bothers me, because it's like, holy shit, I'm seeing so many people my age having fucking cancer, and it's this fucking refined white sugar. My wife found a recipe we're gonna try out, and maybe you could tell me. It's
I'm gonna give you
coconut sugar. You use raw coconut sugar, and you take oats instead of flour, and you grind the oats up to the consistency of flour, and organic chocolate, and she's gonna make chocolate chip cookies.
That's it, man. Hey, look, dude, you got to understand. Awesome. Okay, I'm going to get you to write a book down. Okay, there's a beautiful man in South Africa. Okay, for about 5 years I've been following this gentleman. He is problem in South Africa. His name is Timothy Oates, and basically what happened, he had done a lot of study, and he found out why South Africa was getting fat. It was two chemicals. When you mix the gluten of white flour, processed white flour, and a processed white sugar together, it produces a chemical. And when you ingest these two products, either together or at different stages, what it does is the body can't get rid of it, all of it, and then it builds up. So, you could be a person that does not eat much and just have a little, and it will store it. Absolutely. It can't purge it. So anyway, so this Timothy gentleman, he 2 years ago, he brought out a book, and it's the Bantam diet. I always tell parents to put their children on it because it's a high protein diet. It's natural for the body, how the body grows, because the pyramid that they showed you about what you should and shouldn't eat, you go and fucking burn that. Okay?
Right. Isn't it
it's a fucking lie.
Upside down?
Oh man, look, I tell you.
Right? The carbs and the sugars are the last thing you should eat.
Yeah, man. Look, what I'll do, in 2 minutes time, I'm going to go to my office and I'm going to bring back this book and I'm going to show everybody, because they won't let this book into this country. They're making it so hard for this book because I put all my patients, not my patients, I put the people I'm treating, okay, because no one's my patient. I just share information. This book, they make it so hard for my clients to get. They can't get it into this country. There's so much skullduggery going on. Because anyway, this gentleman went to court April 15th this year and won. 12 of the biggest sugar lawyers from Coca-Cola and everybody else to grill this man, and he beat them. And I'm telling you, it's amazing he's still sucking air, because he's there, because now he's changing an industry in South Africa. He has 850,000 people on the fucking diet.
Wow.
I'll say it again, 850,000 people that is on this high protein diet. They're not fucking fat. They're worried, mate.
Yep.
And it's going to start.
About it. Look at up until about the 50s, we didn't have an obesity problem, and people ate steak, bacon, butter, and a small little piece of bread at dinner, and no soda. It wasn't soda pop. It was, natural beverages or water. Then
I used to soak the bread in the fat.
Right.
Maybe your mama making a roast.
Yeah, absolutely. Then they started pushing refined white fucking sugar.
Yeah,
and
that's it, man.
The article I read said that the Surgeon General came out and said fat is no good.
It's crazy. You just fell off there, my friend.
So it was all a scam. So then they put sugar in it. And why? To make you addicted and to fuck with your body.
It does.
So the article said that there's a company called Searle, I think it is. You'd have to look this up. I don't remember. But the article was saying that this one big company actually owns all these ginormous mega companies that we think are the big ones, that they're still owned by somebody else. And that they were the ones who kind of pushed the Surgeon General to certain things like, saccharin? That was the replacement for sugar in diet beverages, even though everyone said, no, that's toxic. You can't put that in a human body. And they pushed it through so they could keep selling all this shit. Oh, it's horrible. It's horrible,
man.
It's so terrible. Today,
but in the 1800s, they used to have skull and crossbones on sugar. Did you know that?
Really?
Sugar's poison, mate.
What about raw sugars?
Well, what do you class as raw? See, that's another word that they're fucking
there you go.
As well.
You're correct. You are correct.
So when you say raw, okay, I'll get you fucking raw. You go and grow your own fucking cane, sugar, in your own fucking backyard. Then you go and get a press, you run it through the press, your molasses and juice comes out, dehydrated. Now you have both brown sugar and a 50% sugar, which is molasses. You make your rum out of that. and now you have your raw sugar. That is raw sugar. Nothing else. I don't give a fuck if you get it from Walmart. That ain't raw fucking sugar.
Right.
So
Right.
raw.
Even honey.
So let's
tell
when we
everyone.
talk about this, let's talk about real fact words that have meaning.
Yeah, that's a good
You
point.
know, fuck this bullshit. You know, if we're gonna teach our children this, we need to not fucking use their words.
Yeah.
You know, or their
But-
meanings, what they think the word is supposed to mean.
Yeah,
Fuckers.
and it's funny because, like you say, the words, they sell honey. You can buy honey in the fucking local pharmacy, and it's only 70% honey, and 30% honey. The rest, the 70% is the sucrose they add, and that honey has been refined, so all the not viable, the nutrients that you want aren't even in there. You can't even. It doesn't help you. You have to buy your honey from the local places, the local beekeepers, the local apple orchards. You know, those
Yep.
people who actually make their own honey, because there are benefits from that too.
Oh man, you're so
people
right.
Don't see it.
Yeah,
People
well, you
don't
know,
know it.
pollen. You know your pollen from your local area. Okay, this is another thing. You know, I got to get out there as well. Okay, a lot of people that I help out, they have a lot of mucus buildup and they have nasal problems. Okay, if you haven't had your nose broken and you got those nasal problems, it's because it's the environment that surrounds you.
Yep. That's
Okay,
my
so what
wife.
you need to do, what you do to
Miserable.
correct that, find a beekeeper within 20 miles of where you live. Now, what happens with those, because those bees will go around your community, especially if they're not doing a lot of bad spraying of GMO stuff. But what these bees will do, that they're already doing the work for you. When they go back to their hive, they will drop whatever they're dropping. But what they will drop is you get the pollen. And you take that pollen, it's got many colors in it, you know, oranges, yellows, browns, and greens. And then you take that and you have a teaspoon of that a day. And then you'll have no allergies. You know, they don't want you to know about that, you know, and then they try and skullduggery this as well by getting pollen from somewhere fucking else, another state. Well, I don't live in that state. You know, I live in this state, so I want the bee pollen from my fucking town.
Mm.
And same with your honey.
Okay, because
You know,
we get our honey.
You know, they're buggers, man.
I didn't even know. I mean, we buy it and we use it, but not that regular. I'm gonna make her do a teaspoon every morning of that too, because we buy it from the orchard that's a mile and a half down the road from me.
Oh yeah, look, I'm telling you. And if you've got cherry orchards as well, you know, I always say to people with gout that, you know, you go and get your box of cherries. All I say, just de-pip them, put them in the freezer. And then when you feel the gout coming on in your large, big toe, just have 8 ounces of juice, no sugar, no nothing, just the juice of cherry, and then you'll aside the uric acid and you won't have an outbreak of gout. See, and that's how fucking simple this is. It's cherries, man. Nature already fucking knows how to deal with shit. Just let it be. There's certain things out there people need to know, and they're trying to denature us. They really are. They're assholes.
And it's crazy because it's really done through the science, and even it goes all back to the ball and stuff. You know, you believe I was 100% all about science that's it. There's no other thing. Okay, well, yeah, science may be great to, you know, understand and give a definition and explain what we're doing and what we're seeing, but there's so many things from nature that we should be using and tapping into rather than trying to make a fucking chemical version of it. What the hell is that?
Yeah.
All that does is poison us.
Well, you know what, mate? We're so
dumb.
arrogant.
I say right now, I don't consent to any of that bullshit.
No, me either, mate. Look, I'm around because these people are so smart that they're so stupid. I mean, these guys have an IQ, and that's what I'm saying. Having IQs and all that, yeah, whatever. I would rather you have common sense, because you know these very smart scientists, man. I mean, fucking Dr. Jekyll, man. I mean, these guys are fucking crazy. I mean, fuck me. Did I ask them, you want to resynthesize something that's already fucking done naturally? And you'll never beat natural. I don't give
No
a fuck.
way. You can't. You
But you know what
can't.
it is? They're arrogant.
Nothing.
They're arrogant. They're arrogant. They are so arrogant. They are so arrogant, man. It's, you know, they scare me, dude. They fucking scare me.
Yeah, I used to fully be in that camp and go with it until I realized how it really is. It's clicky. It's only what they want to share and say is science and is fact.
They want to
It
know how
sounds better,
they want to,
you know, and you
the
don't even want
funny
to
thing
discuss
is,
it.
the funny thing is, mate, you got dickheads like me that have never gone to school. I don't have no PH up my asshole. I have nothing to my name. I only have experience and thousands, tens of thousands of test studies. So I've always gone through the hard school of knocks to find what works in cannabis. And when they look at some of the things that not only I've done, but a few people are in this country and around the country that are doing exactly the same thing I've taught. And mate, the body responds exactly the same way. I don't give a fuck who you are. I don't care if you're even an orangutan. You have an endocannabinoid system inside your body, and it has a response. So I don't give a fuck. Even if you believe it or not,
That's why I don't understand.
it will
There
work.
shouldn't even be. There can't be. Forget should be. There can't be an argument. If our body
No.
is designed and has the receptors and is designed
Yes.
to use that, then how the
Yes.
fuck can you say that we
Yes.
shouldn't be using it? Oh my God, it's
No,
so frustrating.
not only that, they've fucking made it a Schedule 1 drug so no one can research it in the North America.
Yes,
They made it
bullshit.
Schedule 1. They say it is worse than crack
Yeah, I
cocaine,
know.
cocaine,
I know.
heroin.
What a
It
joke.
has no, the DEA says it has no medical value, zero. It doesn't cure your sore.
Fucking cures
It does
everything.
nothing.
Cures
Yeah.
everything, and they don't want
Yes,
to hear it.
man. Yes, you got it. Isn't that interesting?
You
Huh?
know, and what's funny is I even when I bring up your information in arguments, or I'm sorry, not arguments, discussions that I have with people,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mention the fact that this is not meant for recreational. Hey, that's great too. You know what? You should be able to. It's a natural thing. Go ahead, enjoy it recreationally. But that's not
Yeah,
what this
fuck
is
off.
about. That's not what this is
No,
about. This is about the medical aspect of it. And quite honestly, these medicines don't get you high. They just fix you.
they
You know,
do. And
and they're like, wow, you
and you
mean
know,
really? And I'm like, absolutely. It's not meant to get you high. It's not designed to get you high.
that's
That's not
it.
what this is for. This will fix your body because your body is set up to use this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm
Absolutely.
sorry.
You
I get
just need
passionate because I get angry.
no. You know what, brother? You just need to microdose. I want to let everybody know out there. If you take 2 to 3 drops of the wellness from Treatwell, 3 drops in the morning, 3 drops at night, you won't even feel it. You may feel a little bit of tingling under your tongue. That's it. Do that for the rest of your fucking life. Actually, I would like you to take a blood test before you do this and then take a blood test 90 days later. I'll leave it at that. See,
Yeah.
what they don't want you to know is your body self-regulates. You just have to give it the right fucking program. Okay, every now and again, the body needs to be rebooted. Okay, and that's why the endocannabinoid system is there. And that's why you have a series of plants around the world that is cannabinoid based. You have a key lock exchange. And there is a path there called, anyway, it doesn't matter. I hate using those fancy fucking words. Their
Yeah, you don't
words are
have to
bullshit.
get all technical. Just
Yeah, no, you
right
just
now.
have to remember there's a key and a lock. When you smoke, eat, put it on your skin, that key goes into that lock. It undoes that lock. A door opens up wherever the initial problem is or the inflammation in that receptor site. CB1, CB2 will release a chemical, and that chemical will stop that irritation. I don't give a fuck what it is. bad
and
attitude,
when you think
cancer,
about it,
whatever.
at the cellular level, that is the irritation. That is what causes the pain. And anything, any ailment,
Yes.
it's the
Yep. You're so
inflammation of
right,
those
man.
cells.
You know more than you say you do, man. Yeah, that's nice to hear you say that, and that's true. That's you've just
Well, I'm
now
I'm
worked
an
out long.
EMT. My mother's a nurse. My brother's a paramedic.
Yeah,
I've been
yeah,
around it a little bit, the
yeah.
body so much,
Well,
but now I'm learning more. Things that
you want to
things
live a
that
long
actually
time.
matter.
You want to live a long time like me, brother. Stop the inflammation or slow the inflammation down. If you can slow the inflammation down, I guarantee you're gonna extend your
See,
life
and that
another
makes sense about the
25
headaches.
to 40%. Yeah.
Totally makes sense
Yes.
about the headaches. I
Yes,
have to relay
correct.
that information in. And
Yes.
they both are in the medical profession and no good doctors, but the doctors with the Western medicine say there really isn't anything they can do to help her.
I've got doctors, mate, that are so nice, but they're so scared. They
Right.
read my, they read
Sure.
my, they read my research. And you know what? I don't care because I'm not in this for being popular. I don't give a fuck. I just want people to have the decency of liberty of health. And you know what? They read my fucking studies and I see their fucking eyebrows, man. It's the big what the fuck is going on here? Yes, it's correct. Apoptosis, the cancer's actually destroying itself. Yes, amazing. Cannabis does that. Actually, amazing. Cannabis turns on a program in cancer and it destroys itself naturally. Wow.
It's like it's genetically time. You don't belong here. Oh yeah, you're right. We don't. Okay, sorry.
You don't. That's it. You got it, man. Hurry, curry. It's
It's
a
very, it's
natural
very,
program.
and it's funny because when you really think about these things in our systems, it is. Well, I don't want to say simple, but I mean you can break them down to a simple function and address it with certain things, like you're saying, the different percentages of different parts of the cannabis and will affect differently. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Do you think the creator really was making a machine like this that was complicated?
No.
It's fucking simple, man. You know what
Hey Larry,
makes
I'm
this body
sorry
run?
I took
It's
over
either
you. Chat.
it's either an acid or an alkaline.
You, you
That's it,
know,
man.
and I've been spreading the word about that too, and explaining to people about certain bottled waters and things like that they're really not good for you because of the wrong acidity.
Yep.
I read an article and they said Fiji, which is strange because I absolutely love that water, and it has not necessarily a therapeutic feel to it, but I absolutely feel refreshed when I drink that water. I don't know why, but I totally do. And they tested like 7 or 8 waters, and that one and one other one were the only two that were the correct pH to match the
Yep.
human body.
And it's funny you say that because I drink a lot of I drink some store water, and
Uh-huh.
it's either that one or the we have a local one from Olympia. It's like it's a very deep well. But anyway, that Fijian water is nice. Yeah, it's like you say. I drink it.
Yeah, so many
Um,
things around us, and you don't know. Oh, it's
yeah.
horrible, horrible the way it's set up. The chips are totally stacked against us, and
Yeah.
it's unbelievable.
But you know what, mate? It's exciting. What's exciting is me talking to you, and I'm gonna get another 50 years out of your ass.
I
So
hope so.
there's no
I
such
want to come
thing as
in. I
hope,
can't
mate.
wait to come out there, man.
I'm gonna tell you the honest truth. There's no such thing as hope. The body is predictable. This in the body, and just like if I give you a diet of sugar and white bread, in 15 years, your body will start to break down with inflammation. It's predictable. But if I
Right.
do totally the opposite and I gave you a microdose of cannabinoids, hemp or cannabis, daily, you will see a reduction in inflammation, knee joint pain, inflammation under the eyes when you wake up. Your skin will be a little more elastic. Oh, wow, the colors of the tattoos come back.
Yeah.
It does that either. So yeah, it's I don't know, man. I haven't got a fucking clue how this plant does it, but it's quite interesting. More research.
I believe it. I believe it. You know,
Yeah.
and you're right. When I talk to people about it that are against it, you know, and
Against what? Against something that
oh my
against? Can
God,
I ask this? When
marijuana.
someone says what? When
Well,
I
the problem is
ask
the programming.
them, yeah, but I ask them, what are you against? Are you
Right.
against your body? Because your body actually has an outside element that has a key lock exchange. It's not like cocaine. It's not like where you have to refine something to make something. No, the plant grows, you pick it there and then and eat it raw. You have now, the body will undo every constituent of that plant.
Really, you
Use
can just eat the plant?
Oh yeah, that's the best way to have it. If you want to
Really?
heal, if you want to heal and live to 120, like you juice 2 ounces of this every friggin' day. You know,
Really?
in this state where I live, so you can grow plants and have, you can
Oh
grow
yeah,
as
you could
much
have an
as you want.
acre growing, sure.
That's
Here,
right.
yeah.
So, you know,
Here, forget
my
about it.
kids, yeah, my children, they juice and yeah, you know, it's, and their body styles are a little different from other kids at their age. You know, it's,
Awesome.
you know, but it's natural. You know, and that's what they're trying to drive away from us, mate. Fucking that.
Yeah.
Just eat it raw. Juice it.
Yeah.
Can you grow where you are?
No, New York, you can't do anything.
Okay,
They-
but it's coming. I think I just read your
made
legislation.
it. Yeah, they made it legal medical. That's legal medically. There's no place to get it. There are a few locations that are growing it, a few farms, but that's it. It's still not like out, publicly. I don't know. I think when they make it fully legal everywhere, recreational, then it'll change. People can grow the shit in their yard, juice it, do like you said, and use it for
Yeah.
health purposes.
Well, can I say this? I want everyone to benefit from this. I'm going to tell you one of the biggest businesses that's coming in the next 2 years, and I want everybody listening to this to get onto it.
Yeah, we're supposed
You know,
to
I
invest
see
in it.
I see a lot of shit coming down the track before anyone ever even hears about it. There's going to be a big awakening with juice bars, raw juice bars, meaning that you actually have to grow the plant within your premise because you want quality control, because you don't trust anyone growing your stuff. And then what you're going to do is you're going to grow 2 different styles of plants, which I'll tell you later. The reason I'm choosing those 2 different styles, it's because you have one that's going to be perky like a cup of coffee, and then you're going to have one that is more like a nice chamomile tea. It's going to relax you, but it's raw juice. It costs you nothing to grow it, and I'm telling you, one raw juice, they will tell 10 others because of what they're going to do in the day. They won't believe what's going to happen to their body within 2 minutes of taking that 2 ounces. Pretty interesting shit, man.
I just wonder how long before that becomes corrupted by the system, and and then
Well, that's why I'm telling you
then it's
guys,
not
because
quite, the
I want-
product you think you're buying,
yeah, well,
because Stoner Bucks pops up or something instead of Starbucks, and then they corporatize it and they have to make a profit. So,
well, I'm telling you, yeah,
I don't mean to look at the bad side, but
no, you have to. You have to. You really do have to. Look, I'm in the cannabis industry here. I know I've got big pharma out there knocking on the doors already. They're not even here yet. And because I'm making a product, not only me, a few others, we're making a pharmaceutical grade product, just like them, but ours is natural. It's not synthetic. But this raw juice bar, you think these raw juice bars know what they're doing now? They know nothing. They're just making liquid. When you do a real juice bar and you include hemp or cannabis, I swear to God, man, you don't know what you're going to be doing to the public. The public will tell everybody because they can't believe on what the actual product does to them. And that is, not only will it perk them up, their whole metabolism will change, their pain rate will change, their focus changes, energy levels change. Swear to God, man.
I believe it.
Yeah, I want to tell everyone because I want you guys to do it than some of these other assholes. So I always tell people that I meet that juice bars, it's coming. You'll see. You'll see in the next couple of years. And it's a very, very small investment when you think about it. But do it with your counties. And if you are going to get into cannabis and it's not being legalized for medical or recreation, get into it now and start your paperwork. If I just explain to you what happened here 4 years ago, and then I'll shut up for a while. What happened here 4 years ago is they gave out licenses. And I'm going to tell you now, I'm going to fast forward from 4 years ago to now. There are licenses now, and there's about 70, between 70, just under 120 licenses that are available out there now. And the cheapest license out there is about $58,000. The most expensive is about 1.2 million. Now, these licenses, I'm going to say again, 4 years ago were given out. I'll say it again. These licenses were given out to anybody who wanted one.
And that was from the state?
That was from the state, correct. That was from the Liquor Control Board, the 502, the I-502, and that's what I did.
So I should check with my local liquor board and see if there are any. I'm in New York, and they, like I said, they haven't.
Yep, not only
legalized it, but that's it.
Yeah, but not only for you, but that is for everyone. That is for Larry. That is for Candy. All the people out there listening to this, tell your friends, because you know what. I know this industry like the back of my hand. I'm very well versed in the way this industry works, and I just want to stay ahead because there's power in numbers. And if I get you guys to be involved in this in your states, well, and show you how to do it properly, then Big Pharma can't get us all. You know, I lay my bets everywhere, so I'm not just a one standing target. You know.
Yeah, and I got no problem with. Setting that up if I can start that business.
You're going to be working with the state. So the state doesn't care about Big Pharma. All the state cares about is what? It's called money. TAX. They don't give a fuck.
Yep.
They don't even care. They just like that big letter T and it ends with X, baby, in the handout. They don't give a roots. They don't. So But your cannabis license, that's what I'm saying. 4 years ago, these were handed out.
I gotta check.
And now they're worth a fortune.
So I should call the Bureau of Alcohol or whatever. Or
whoever's taking care of your cannabis laws. And then what you do is you set up a Google alert.
But I don't know what department would be handling that. Would it be their own, you think? They make up a cannabis department?
Oh, most
definitely.
Would it be the liquor guys? No. I think if you go and Google it in New York. See, I don't have all that shit in front of me.
Sure, no, I understand. But at least
you know what?
Tell me which route
you know what? I do. I have some paperwork from your state.
Okay.
They just passed a medical state law for PTSD. I'm going to get that because I'm just going to show you what it is. And then you can contact these people. Give me 5 minutes.
You could send it to my email.
Okay, just give me 5 minutes. Let me get it, and I'll bring that book. And you know the book I talked about, the Banton book, about the Timothy gentleman in South Africa? I'm going to bring that book back too, and then you can write it down because if you're having a problem getting that book into this country, you may have to, okay, there's a way around it, and that is don't order it through Amazon. Order it through an independent book shipper, okay? For some unknown reason, there's some skullduggery going on with Amazon ordering this book.
So, hey, doesn't Jaron, doesn't he sell books? The guy from Worldbusters? I think that's what his day job is.
Good, man, because, okay, you know what? We need to, I would love to get in touch with him because I'm having a hard time getting this book in.
Yeah, I'd contact him.
Yeah, I just had another customer, they couldn't get the book into the country. They got the children's book, but they couldn't get the adult book.
Gotcha.
Anyway, give me 5 and I'll come back and you
Awesome.
probably guys will have a break from me and you can chat.
I'll wait.
Back in 5.
Oh no, I'll be waiting. I'll listen to Larry.
Okay.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, cool. Happy birthday again.
Oh, thanks, Mark. I appreciate it. I'm writing down like a fiend, dude. I as he's talking because
It's hard being 50.
Yeah. Well, don't tell my kids I'm going to live for another 50 years, man. It'll freak them out.
Yep. Dude, I already switched my diet pretty much almost every night. For my dinner, it's a piece of steak and broccoli, or I eat tuna and broccoli.
Gotcha.
And the soda's my hardest, man. I am a Coca-Cola. Hi, I'm Mark. I'm a Coca-Cola junkie. I will stab you in a dark alley for a 2-liter bottle of Coke, dude. Can't fuck around with that shit. And I'm kind of trying to get off of that. That's my hardest thing. It's so much sugar.
Yeah, it's difficult.
And I didn't realize it. You know, somebody was telling me that that's what. Well, not that that's the only thing, but it's a big contributor to fucking kidney stones. And they suck. Yes. I had 2, and I don't want no more of that. I don't want that shit again.
Yeah, there's so many negative sides to that as you look into it, which we were talking about earlier before you had joined in. We were talking about some of those things. It's pretty good. I don't know. The conversation's going good. I actually changed the title. It's Flat Earth Banking, and then THC, because it's kind of a follow up to what Anthony did with Antonio, and I put a video out just recently, just before this one, where I was going over my personal thing with the bank, the personal fraud case that I'm involved with my local bank with the mortgage and everything, and telling people to go and check their paperwork and check the mortgage and check the promissory note. The two have to go together and everything, and it got a pretty good response so far.
Unbelievable.
So I figured it was a good title. It's kind of like the follow up after a couple of what I thought was, well, that obviously the discussion at Antonio's was a lot more in depth than I did. Mine was about like a half-hour video that I made.
Nice.
I just felt the time was right, and I've been in a lawsuit with these guys for, actually it's a year. Yeah, it's coming up on 2 years actually.
Unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
Big corporations fucked up.
Yes.
It's amazing. Absolutely amazing.
There we go. And actually, you guys have controls too. I see Anthony just got back. So,
okay.
Anthony, present. Go ahead.
I'm on my phone. I only can present me. I don't think anyone wants to see my ugly mug. I want to do my wheels on my car. I'm going to plasti dip them, black them out.
Oh, here. Oh, wait a second. What's the hold on a second. There we go. Did I get that correct? Presented, Anthony?
I don't know. Hold on. I can't see my phone.
Yeah, I'm leaving it up here for you. Just jot it all down. The Real Meal Revolution. Write that all down. When you've got that written down, I'm going to open up the cover and you can write down.
Hold on. Wait, show the cover again. I just want to get a. No, move it to the left. Move it to the left. I want to get a screenshot of it. It was perfect before. Smidge more. All right, cool. Thank you. The Real Meal Revolution.
You share this with everyone. Any present you send to anyone, you make sure that this book is in that fucking box. There's one for the children. It's called Growing Up with Superheroes, and it's about children. It's about giving the decency back to a fucking child. No sugar, no bread. You know, these poor kids are going off the fucking walls for a reason. You know, don't feed them sugar, don't feed them white flour.
Sorry.
You know, you wouldn't believe it, man. I make all my breads and pizza doughs out of cauliflower. I shave the cauliflower and I make my flour out of it, and that's what I use for my flour, for my doughs and breads and cookies and whatnot.
Huh.
It
You
doesn't.
cook the cauliflower? How do you do that? How do you make it?
Man, look, yeah, this book's going to open up this book is going to open up a can of worms on you, mate. Because
we were going to try doing it with, like I said, with oats. She read the article to try oats.
Man, look, I love cooking, dude. There's more to things out there that you naturally can make that's far superior than the grains that you've been told to make bread.
I'm sure.
Yeah. Cauliflower dough, man, for your pizza will blow your mind.
Interesting.
Oh, it's amazing, dude.
And you can make pasta out of it too, then, right? Obviously.
Look, mate, in this book, you can make everything. It's going to blow your mind, mate. It's the only thing this book does not have is white flour, white sugar. He will break down into 3 color codes. And that is, and because you've been taught wrong about how your body assimilates food.
I know it.
No, you're being fucking lied to. Okay, so in this book, basically he breaks it down into color codes. So he makes it really simple.
You don't have to be a doctor to understand this. And basically what he does is...
Actually, hang on. Someone's trying to call. Sorry, guys. Hang on one sec. Little bugger.
Larry.
There we go. Hang on one sec.
Is it raining by you, Larry? Or overcast?
Just it's been overcast for a while. It just started drizzling a little bit. That's okay, Anthony. Take your time. We got plenty of time.
Guys.
That's all right.
Yeah, I'm thinking, is it?
Yeah, it was nice this morning, then overcast for a few hours, drizzled like maybe 3 seconds, and then that was it. I was down at the track. It was pretty cool. I volunteer there over the 4th of July weekend, and I work the gate and take money. So it's fun. You know, you joke with the husbands, flirt with the wives. You know, it's fun.
Yeah,
Totally. It's just a good old time. Take their money, they go in, they watch their horse races. It's kind of neat. It's the oldest running harness racing track in the world. It's in the village of Goshen. There's one in Russia that's 20 years older, but it wasn't continuous. It stopped over the years, here and there. And this one has been running since it opened. It's pretty neat.
Nice.
And then they buy us lunch.
Can you see that?
But it's the horrible food that we were just talking about. You shouldn't fucking eat.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Can you screenshot this for yourself?
I can't see.
And you can't see?
No, it's very blurry. Can't read make anything
what a bummer. Well, when you go to the website about it, they're going to show you this. It's all separated into 3 color groups. You know, with your green. They class it as red, orange, and green, meaning that your green is about you can eat as much of the green products, meaning that it's going to be broken down into animal proteins, dairies, fats, nuts, flavorings, vegetables, and sweeteners. They'll show you. That means you can eat as much as you want, the ones that are listed in the green. Then he'll list another group of orange listed, and he'll list them as dairy, milks, and fruits and veggies, and nuts, what to eat and what not to eat, and the reason why for certain body types. And the most important of all is the last one, which he classes the red, and he will cover beverages, dairies, fats, meats, starches, vegetables, and sweeteners, and he will go through them, and it's gonna freak your fucking ass out.
What you shouldn't eat, right?
Oh shit, man.
Oof.
You're gonna freak out, dude. I mean, and why the body can't break these things down, and why the food industry has chosen to use them, because eventually that food will break you down.
Excuse
and
me,
then you
I
go
gotta
and see your
answer this
doctor.
call.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, cool. But anyway, Larry, so there you go, man.
That's
a great
pretty,
book. No, yeah, this would be so good for your kids, man. It's what they did is the Dr. Timothy, he took over college. He changed all their diets. They were like a rugby team, a rugby union team. It's a very hard sport, very competitive. Anyway,
Yes.
so he worked with the trainers. They changed all the boys' diets for 12 months on this diet, and they haven't lost a game since.
Wow.
They won the world title. I mean, because you got to understand it. These boys, for that a period of time that they're on the field, they don't stop, and the team just can't. They just get worn out. So it just goes to show you the energy levels in these kids. If you feed them right, they just go like an ever-ready battery, and they rebuild, their muscles rebuild back quicker. After their training, they're finding out that their response to recoveries is being reduced by half. So I'm telling you, it's all inflammation. It's amazing.
Wow, that's awesome.
Stupid phone.
It's amazing.
And actually, when I'm presenting in here, unfortunately, it's a little blurry. On the watch page, it's coming out clearer than here. So, because I got both of them open, and actually, you can see it pretty clear.
Yeah, they're giving this man such a hard time. They really are. Look, but you know, the reason they're giving him such a hard time because he's changed the nation. I mean, this guy's a hero of mine, mate, because you know, there's so many people that were hurting. They were diabetic, and now they're not even the diabetic anymore. What the fuck is that? I mean,
yeah, that's insane.
I'm gonna check out if I'm able to get that through a couple channels or somewhere.
Don't stop getting. And if you do get one, get two, because you want to share one, mate.
Yeah,
it's a great gift for just even sharing with it. Just say, hey, mate, I'll lend it to you for a couple of weeks. That's what I do with my books. Please just give me it back. You can photocopy it, do what you want, but please give it back to me. And then I'll lend it to somebody else. So it's a great book, guys. Great food. But anyway, I'll shut up.
Yeah. No, not at all. I'm enjoying the conversation. And we just, Pillbox jumped in and then jumped out. So hopefully Pillbox will come back.
Pillbox.
Yeah,
so Larry, what I'm saying to you, man, so you just, everything you've been told to by your white coats, throw it out. They're assholes, they look unhealthy, and they're stupid. And you know what? We gave them a doctor's oath was to always look out for us, and they haven't. They have not done their diligence of their oath. And they got to be, you have to call them on this, man. I'm not saying be aggressive with them, but I'm just saying drop off some information about the cannabinoid system and about the Banting diet, proteins. You know, these guys are they got to change their ways, or just, you got to point them out. They can't keep doing this to our community. Fuckers, man.
That's good. Actually, I'm glad you brought the book out, because I think Cat's Eyes was waiting for that. She was waiting for the book title, and she did make mention something about you getting back to her with an email or something to remind you that she was looking forward to that.
I don't know who that was.
What's that, Mark?
Who it was that you said was waiting for the email?
Oh, Cat's Eyes. Cat's Eyes was because Anthony was going to email her some information or something. She typed out in the watch page. It was directed at Anthony, but I don't think he was watching the watch page. Just to get her email, so that for whatever she was asking for, some information, I think. See if I did that correctly. That's it's actually. I think it's still presenting Anthony. I think it's stuck on. He might have to unpresent himself. You guys have controls, which is okay. Yeah.
I don't even think I can go to the control room from the phone.
Oh, there we go. He's got it now.
Yeah, Zula, did you hear about what I was telling Larry about Timothy Noakes dealing with the Springboks, the rugby union?
No, what's it? What
Okay,
was that?
well, he put him on this diet with the coach, and these boys haven't lost a game since. So they took out the world title in rugby. It's because they just run rings around their opponents because their bodies are so well balanced and their recovery time you just can't beat because the fuckers don't stop running.
Right.
You know, because of their sugar levels are right. I mean, the inflammation, there's no inflammation in the body. So their recovery rate is just like, it's increased by, they say that's increased by 50%, the recovery rate.
Everything. If you can get that, you're right. I've been thinking, the whole time we've been sitting here, I've been thinking about how it would affect different ailments that you have in your body. Like that, like COPD, people are having a hard time breathing. Well, because it's all inflamed soft tissue, man. It when it's all inflamed, it can't absorb oxygen.
Yeah, absolutely right, man. And you know what? It's all simple. It really is simple. You know, it is so simple, dude. Man, it's simple. They try to complicate it.
Absolutely amazing. And it's funny because for probably the last maybe since right around 9/11, so maybe 17, 18 years, I've been thinking about how, the way they indoctrinate us to think that, ancient man, those people were so primitive and stupid and had no idea what was going on. And I think it's so the opposite, that they lied to us, that those people knew exactly what the hell was going on. That's why they didn't need money and all this bullshit and anger and everything. They just lived their life and had fun and, lived off the land and were part of the land, integral. They knew enough to, you don't overfarm this area, you moved over here this year, you rotate things. I mean, they knew all this stuff. And now we're just being given crap by these GMO companies, these robotic companies that, it's horrible. Horrible. The food, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's all designed. It's all all designed for an outcome, and it supports
her grandfather. He was 90 years old when he died, and every day, since he was 20-something years old, he had bacon, eggs, butter, coffee, a small piece of toast, and didn't kill him. Every morning he ate that stuff. But it was all good right off the farm here. They bought this house. We live in my wife's grandparents' house. They bought it in 1940, and we're the third owner. They were the second owners, built in 1850. And since then, they just always ate that way. And then now, how many families, if you go into their house and open their freezer, 90% of that freezer is processed frozen goods. It's gross. I feel we need to understand. You're right. It's the knowledge, and even though, and there's some more cognitive decadence, or cognitive decadence. He said. I love that. Flat Earth asshole. It's too funny. But there's some right there because they program us since we're little to eat this stuff. And then eating all those fatty stuff, that's bad, man. Don't eat that. I'll just clog your heart up. But the other stuff you're eating is worse. Our body needs those fats and stuff. They say that we're...
Well, that's how the brain works. The brain works on fat, mate.
Yep. And I don't see, that's why, and Here's a question: how do you get fat from just organic?
What you mean? You mean how do you get fat from living creatures, like living plants, like green plants?
Yeah, is it
Well,
beans? Can you get fat
um,
from beans?
a good source of fat is avocado. It's a really nice fat. It's assimilated well by the body. Avocado, yeah, you can put it in your smoothie. You can make ice cream with it. Yeah, avocado is pretty cool, man. If you don't,
Okay,
you
so there's
yeah.
fats in nature.
Oh yeah, look, avocado. Um, yeah, you can actually increase your fat intake incredibly, and it can be noticeable by when you do a pinch test on your skin. If you had about 3 or 4 big havas avocados every day, yeah, you'll notice a big different change. Yeah,
Really?
yeah, avocado is amazing. Yeah, I make a smoothie with avocado, and you can mix it with. They say it's not good, but who cares? I believe I don't trust everything that's out there. I mix some dairy products with my avocado, and I fucking blend that sucker up, man. I put some
Why is
raw
that
chocolate.
supposed to be bad?
Oh, but
Yeah.
people say that different fats don't mix. You go and suck. I think it's a lot of bullshit, mate. My body would tell me if it's bad by you'd feel the ingestion if there was any.
Yeah, it can
So
separate that out.
yeah. So I do a natural milk and off the farm, and then I mix it with avocado and then some raw chocolate, and I just blend the shit out of that. Put a habanero in there, and that's it, mate. It kills prostate. And see, nobody knows that the capsaicin in
Well,
habaneros.
that's why I'm eating the broccoli. Help
Yeah,
my
well,
help my prostate.
yeah. Well, prostate. See, when you look at the antigens in the prostate, see, if you look at the prostate cancer, it cannot survive in a localized area with capsaicin from habaneros. It just can't. It does an apoptosis. It just prostate can't live in an environment around fucking habaneros, and that's it. That's why when the researchers come out 20 years ago about sulforaphane from broccoli and the habaneros, the capsaicin from habaneros, kills prostate, deader than a fucking hammer. I don't give a fuck if you're stage 4. If you do those two things with sulforaphane and the habaneros, you will kill that cancer, and the old fella will start working again too.
Huh. So
Yep, that's it,
broccoli
man.
and habanero peppers. All right.
Yeah,
I'll get the
but you know
peppers.
what?
I
But
don't
I
like
don't want.
peppers. Is there something
But you
else
know
other than
what?
peppers?
No, I'm sorry, man. It's the
All right.
heat. It's
I
it's
like
when
green.
it's
I like red and green peppers. Sweeter ones.
yeah.
But
No,
I'll go with it. I'll do
habaneros,
it. I'll get it in there. It's all
habanero.
right.
Yeah, but I
I
want you
can
to do
hide it
your
behind the
own.
garlic.
But do your own research as well, I say, because the research is if you put it in as a direct word, Google will have to spit it out, and it will come up. The research is there, and it will show you what the capsaicin from habaneros does to a prostate cancer.
Well, I believe that our bodies would definitely certain things. Absolutely. I mean, when I was, you know, um, in the academy, the sheriff's academy, the fucking instructor told us about pepper spray, and he said that it's ineffective against a small percentage of the population. And he was trying to be tactful. He didn't want to say, "Oh, Mexicans," but honestly, it's Mexican people because their diet is high in those peppers, so
Yep.
it doesn't affect their body when you spray them with capsium, oleoresin capsicum, I think it's called.
Yeah, it's because
It,
the receptor sites have already been
right, the bodies are used to it.
conditioned. Yeah, they're
So
conditioned.
I could see how certain plant or vegetable, whatever, could affect your body in a certain way. Sure, that makes sense.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't know all these vegetables, but I understand that there are things that they can do that we're not realizing.
yeah, absolutely. And the thing too, brother, is just look at how the body's designed, and when you take a habanero and you eat that or have it a juice, within a period of time, when you go to the toilet and you pass that through, you will know why habaneros was chosen. Because if you have an inflamed prostate, I guarantee it, when that habanero passes that area and leaves your bowels, yeah, your prostate will know about it. Because it does, it leaches through the wall. And that's why I'm saying, you know, that's why it's fairly hot when you pass habaneros, but it's there for a reason.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting, man.
But like you
yeah.
said, micro doses. So I mean, I can put it in there. I'm thinking guacamole, habanero, and tons of garlic, like
Yeah.
actual cloves. Mince
Yeah, I
that
like
all
garlic.
up, mix that
Garlic.
up, and put it over a steak.
Yeah.
And a side of
Yeah,
broccoli.
man. Saute it. And a good thing about the garlic, when you chop it up fine, leave it out for 10 minutes in air. There's a chemical in garlic called allicin, ALISNO, and with that chemical, what it does is it needs air for it to activate.
Oxygen.
It needs to oxidize. So chop
Okay.
it up, leave it out of direct light, chop it up on your chopping board, and leave it out for 10 minutes. And yeah, man, you just got to know nature, man. Nature's
See,
certain
I didn't know
things.
that, and we eat garlic all the time. Like it's in everything.
Oh, no. It will be a lot more spicier if you cut it up and leave it exposed to the air.
Interesting. Okay.
Oh, no. It's going to have more bite to it.
Hey, how about if you take, like, I was just curious because I see that, like, when they take plants down, and they take the shade leaves or whatever, those leaves.
Yeah.
What if you put those in your salad? Is there any beneficial nutrients that you get from that?
Are you talking about cannabis plant?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, man. Fuck. Mate, if you're growing that son of a bitch organically, mate, I don't waste nothing on that plant.
Okay, just wondering. I have a friend in California who he has a few patients, but he doesn't do anything with the shade leaf things.
No. You got to juice it, man. The CBG,
and I was going to tell him,
all the terpenes,
mix
the
it in with your salad. Fuck it.
Yeah. And chop it up.
With your salad.
Chop it up. Mix it with a bit of olive oil, bit of garlic. Yeah, it's pretty good, man. It's really spicy.
And I knew avocado was good for you. You know, growing up, we ate it all the time. I'm Puerto Rican and Spanish. Dad's from Spain.
There you go.
And mom's from Puerto Rico, and we grew up eating avocado like on everything, just pieces of avocado.
You know what? Yeah, that's it, man. Absolutely. And you know what? Another thing too, Zulu, is about fucking eating marijuana. I mean, everybody smokes it. Do you know what it's like to grab a big bud, fresh, chop it up and put it in your salad, mix it with a bit of cilantro, get a lime. I juice the lime over it.
So crazy.
And then I cut up some barbecue chicken, mix it in there, and I tell you, I toss it, bit of cheese, flake over the top. Man, I swear to God,
TV
you will
show
fucking blow out.
That what is it called? My friend showed it to me. It was on Kodi, that app that you can stream video and TV and live stuff. And there's this channel that's all about cooking cannabis. So we watched the show, and it was very interesting because they weren't, it wasn't all like, hey man, let's eat the marijuana, like all being stupid and stonerish. They were like, no, we can do this with it. It has a nice flavor, and they made all kinds of different meals. It was crazy. I was like, wow. And, and they said, of course, there's the benefits, by eating it.
That's so true.
It was cool.
It's so true. You imagine sitting down with a beautiful meal with your sweetheart. Okay, so what you've got is you make your dressing out of olive oil and about 45 milligrams of THC. You blend that together in your olive oil, and then you go and cook your steak. Okay, you drizzle that all over it, and basically a little bit of that oil will go to your salad. You toss it in it. So now you've got about 45 milligrams of oil over your food. Okay, and then when you go and have a smoke or a joint after that, you only need 1 or 2 puffs, because within 30 minutes to 40 minutes, that 45 milligrams, separated between you and your wife, you've consumed it. It's in your body. It's converted from a hydroxy 11 hydroxy. And when you have a couple of hits off your joint, man, I'm telling you, you'll be really relaxed. It'd be amazing. No, I'm serious,
That's
man. It really
awesome. Oh, I
undoes
know
the
you're
body.
serious. I think it's awesome. It's just, people have this stigma. It's just like guns, people, I got a gun. Dude,
it's stupid.
a gun can't kill you by itself. It's the fucking person.
I know.
I tell people, I've actually converted people, and now they have their own firearms in their house for protection, and they understand and they respect it. I said, are you afraid of your meat cleaver? And every woman I've said that to has said, absolutely not. What is wrong with you? And I said, then why would you be afraid of a gun? It can't just jump up and shoot somebody.
Nope.
And she's like, oh, man, I never thought about that.
But you know what?
And, oh, man, I never thought about that. And I'm like, I understand. You weren't programmed that way.
That's it.
And I'm not saying that, guns are awesome and everybody, we got bang, bang, bang. No. If they didn't exist, I wouldn't want one. I wouldn't desire it. And people have them who are bad. So you know what? You need to be able to protect yourself. It's almost to assume that, well, there's somebody down the road miles away who'll come and help me. What the hell is that? You have seconds. In most disasters and tragedies, you have seconds to make a decision, not minutes. You don't have minutes. Even an active shooter environment, you have maybe a couple minutes, because that shooter knows as well every officer's coming from 25 miles away, and when they see him, they're going to kill him.
That's it.
So he knows he only has a little bit of time. So
he's already worked that out.
All about that time.
He's already worked that out, hasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Absolutely. It's all about time. That's your survival. If you have a firearm, at the very least, because in New York State you are required to try and retreat, which makes sense. Hey, I don't want to get into a firefight with somebody. I'm good. But if they enter the home and you're, in your bedroom, and you inform them you have a firearm and they come in, you do what you have to do.
That's it,
you do what you have to do.
That's it. Yeah.
But you can't sit there and think that even if you had your phone, call 911, that there's going to be an officer there in time before that guy gets through the front door and up the stairs. It's over. It's unfortunate, but it's over. You don't have to have the stigma. It's merely a tool. You don't have to be afraid of it. I finally have her getting hers, and she can't wait to go with me to the range so I can teach her and show her. She goes, it's funny. She goes, I think Kyle knows more than me, the kid, because we used to play with the Nerf guns and set it up like an active range. You don't go down range until your weapons are made safe. Then you can go reset your targets, and it was only Nerf darts. But he knows. Even his BB guns. His BB guns. I asked him, hey, do you want me to? Because I had one over my bed, but I asked him, do you want a gun rack? I'll put your BB guns up there. And he goes, no. They go in the safe with the other guns. I was like, okay. That's fine with me.
That's beautiful. Good. That's beautiful, man.
So everything's stored in the safe. Nobody has the combo but me.
So I want to teach my daughter some BB stuff. So she's 6 years old now. So if I was
buy her a Red Ryder BB gun. They make a small one. I think it's called.
Okay, I'm writing it down. Hang on, mate. Hang on.
Mm-hmm. BB gun, I believe.
Yep.
But it's one cock of the lever, and that loads of BB to shoot a small one for little kids, and I think it's even pink.
Good. Oh, she loves pink. Great. No, that's awesome, man. Yeah, because I want to start teaching. I said by 7 years old I'll start teaching it. So okay. Red Robin.
Yeah, definitely. That's a great thing to do. We do.
Yeah,
seated and standing.
Yep, good. Yeah, I see that there's a lot of gun ranges around here for teaching. Just the common sense and practice of
owning a
That's all it
firearm.
is common sense. You know, I mean, I go by, and this is from a police officer from 1972, right? I was like 5. He told me, he goes, look, these are my guns. These are my tools for work. They sit here in my sock drawer. If you ever want to see them or touch them, come and ask me. And that was it. And I would ask him, hey, Dad, can I see your gun? He'd show it to me, show me the parts. Okay. And put it away. By the time I was 9, because we had moved up here out of the city, we went shooting. He took me out. You know, I mean, I had a BB gun at 8, but, you know, an actual gunpowder firearm, I didn't fire until I was 9.
Okay.
He showed it to me, and, you know, there was no, I like the way he presented it. It wasn't, you know, that he was talking down to me, but it was, this is matter of fact. This is the way it is to be handled always. There is no deviation from this.
Yeah. Yep.
And
There's no deviation. I like that.
And that's the way I presented to the son. And I said, what's the number one thing? You don't point that thing at anything you are not willing to destroy. So that gun means that gun never gets pointed at anybody, even if it's empty.
Yep.
Certain things like that.
That's beautifully put, man.
You know,
that's it, because wherever it points, it's going to destroy.
Absolutely. Like I teach them, even if you watch me unload my firearm and hand it to you, you check it and make sure it is unloaded. Okay? That's just, there's redundancy in the safety so that you don't have an accident at the fucking kitchen table.
Yeah. How many times have you heard about those? Huh?
Yeah. You know, and it was always just and it takes a second to have that lapse and something can happen. You know, like what we do is, and if you ask them, you know, what's the first thing we do when we're going to clean our firearms? We unload them and all the ammo goes into another room. We don't even have any ammo in the same room.
Yep.
Then we take them apart, you know, and we do them one at a time. We keep track of all our parts, you know, clean everything, put it back together. You know, that's the way we do it. And we respect them, you know, because it's not, you're right, they're not a toy. They're a tool. Well, I said the tool part, but they're not a toy.
No, they are.
You know, as long as you respect it, it's fine. You can have fun with it. You know, you can enjoy it.
But I like it the way you put it, that there's only one way to have a firearm, and there's a protocol.
Yeah, safety first.
Yeah, I always hear this, man. There's always a step to when you take it and you lock it down the range. You've got a procedure before you even looking down the range. You know you know.
You usually have a range master, and he'll go down the line, make sure everyone, ones that you go and you pay for, they generally will give you a plastic flag that you can stick into the action of the firearm to indicate that it's unloaded, because it won't fit in there if there's a shell or a cartridge. Good. So they put that in there. Okay. He checks all the firearms. Then you're allowed to go down, change your targets, see whether bring them back, replace them, and then then you go back, and then everybody shoots again. Yeah, it's pretty good.
That's great.
They're safe. It's not it's nothing scary. Nothing to be afraid of. And it's funny is I'm a little anxious because when she gets her permit, I know she's going to be a better shooter than me. I'm not happy. Yeah, women are better shooters. They are.
Man, they are. They've got that intensity of about that focus and pause.
Yes, absolutely. And it's
I think it's from having children.
Maybe. Yeah. One of the top shooters for Glock is female. She was awesome the last time she would shoot an 18C. It's
no, I've seen her. Is that the lady that shoots downrange? Yeah, I've seen her shoot. She shoots
it's long. It's a fully automatic.
Medium.
Yeah, fully automatic Glock pistol, and she's just like brat. Oh man.
Yeah.
No messing with this. Yeah.
Oh Jesus Christ!
So I'm not anxious to take her.
Man, she'll give you the tightest grouping of 9mm in your forehead, man. I mean, that girl is.
Yeah, I'm giving her a revolver first. I'm gonna give her a 5-shot Ruger.
Okay.
I like it. It's one of my favorites. It's very small, concealable. You can carry it in your pocket in gym shorts, and nobody knows you have a firearm.
Yeah, that's neat. Yeah, nice.
Nobody
I can
needs to
see
know
they
it,
don't
and
need a bit. You don't need a big, the big eagle killer. You just, it's just a nice something. Put in your bag,
right.
in your
Well, when
pocket.
I go into the woods, I carry my big 45
Yeah.
because I have a small compact 45 that I carry that's concealable. I carry that, but the big 45, the full size, you get more muzzle velocity the longer the barrel because the charge is behind the projectile longer, and it gives them more
Okay.
time to push it. So a short barrel,
Oh, gotcha.
after 2 inches, it's not pushing on it because it spreads everywhere. So you got a
Okay.
5-inch barrel, you got 5 inches of travel of pressure, and then it's not pushing it anymore. So I carry that when I go into the
Ah.
woods because I'm afraid of
Ah, so that's
not
why
I'm afraid of, but bear. We have bear
okay,
around here.
So that's why they set up certain barrels for snipers, because it's the length, it's the
Yeah.
spin and the length of the bullet. Okay, I get it now.
Yes. Yeah. You get more
Okay.
muzzle velocity.
Okay.
And then
Yeah,
you
that
can
makes sense.
compensate for that with different charges. Like if you have a small 357, you're still going to get a lot of muzzle velocity because that's a really hot charge behind it.
Oh,
Or a 10 millimeter. 10 millimeter, they issued to the federal government and then took them away because they were too hot a load. They would go right through everybody, and you get too much collateral damage.
oh,
So that's why
wow.
they went to 40s.
Okay.
Because the idea is in civilian world, you don't want a round to go through your assailant and then kill the kid on the tricycle down the street. But in a
Oh,
war environment, you want the bullet to go through as many fucking people as possible. So you
yeah,
use ball
like the
ammo,
308. Okay, so that's
right?
why they
And
use
you
the
use ball
308.
ammo, right? So it
Okay.
goes poof right through. That's why those
Yeah.
like the ARs, the 223. I mean, no, I'm sorry, 5.56 that they carry. It's a hotter load because it's the same size projectile, but it's got more powder behind it.
More powder. Okay, but and
And
they're usually a copper top too, aren't they? So they just fly through 2 or 3 people at a time, don't
yeah, and it's like 38s and 357s. You can fire 38s out of a 357 handgun, but you cannot fire 357 out of a 38 handgun because the barrel pressure is too much. It'll
they?
damage
Oh,
it.
so
And
what would
like
it do?
223 and 223. I mean 5.56 and 223. You can shoot the 223 out of a 5.56 chambered weapon, but you can't shoot the 5.56 the other way because it's too much
Okay,
pressure.
gotcha. Okay, gotcha. What would it do to the gun? Would it hurt the
I don't
user?
know if it's first round, one round, but eventually it should cause the barrel to fail and potentially could hurt the user.
Fuck. Yeah. Yeah, that's not good.
It's really not bad. I mean, it's pretty simple, the different cartridges and loads. I tell everyone handguns are like bicycles. You just have to find what fits you because that's what's going to make you a good shooter. If I hand you a Desert Eagle and you're a 4'11", 90-pound woman, you're going to hate the fucking thing. You're not going to be able to get your hand around it comfortably, even if you can support the weight. So yeah, they're like bicycles. You got to find what fits. I like Mini 14s. Great rifle. You can get it chambered in all different calibers, and you can even make them tactical if you want. But
Oh, wow.
they're a
Oh, you can
nice.
make them
Yeah,
tactical,
yeah,
yeah?
yeah. Mini 14 is a real nice one. You can get that in 7.62, which is rare for a lot of guns in America because 7.62 is what's in the AK. So,
Okay.
but that's a cheap ammo you can get because they import that from like Russia and Romania. Comes in cheap. You can buy crates of 1,000 rounds for maybe $500.
Oh, so they're just a copper top, are they? Just
Yeah,
a
yeah.
good
So it
target bullet?
depends. Yeah, well, it depends. I mean, you could theoretically an AK. And the 223 you can, but it's really hard to get a kill with that
Actually, Mark, you were broken up a little bit there.
Yeah, you broke up.
And I'm stealing this from Nuttin' Fancy. Yo, Nuttin' Fancy, he's a YouTuber. Philosophy of use. What are you going to use it for? Will determine.
What are you going to use it for? Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
A large caliber, small caliber. You have to figure out what you want to use it for.
Well, they say 2 uses. You should have a shotgun and just, you know, a standby hunting rifle. Is that how you'd look at it? A shotgun?
Some kind of rifle.
And a shotgun, or would you just... You know, they always say a shotgun is always, it's always a good one to have.
You know what? And if I lean towards the Mossberg.
Okay.
Always works. But it doesn't have a lot of customability, so to speak. But you can increase the amount of round capacity.
Okay. Meaning how many shots it holds?
Yes.
Okay.
But there's if you go to Remington, theirs is adjustable.
Okay.
Oh, my thing said hang out stop, but that's weird. I'm talking to you still.
Yeah, it's something that's been going on actually, because even mine dropped before. I had to jump back in real quick. So whatever's going on, it's like it could be the storms or whatever. Who knows what it is? It's just something that's acting freaky. So we're still live. We're still, as far as I can tell.
Oh, he just dropped out, did he?
Nope. Yeah, he's gonna refresh real quick. There he is.
There I am. Yeah, I like the Mossberg 500 because of the price, the reliability.
What's it cost? What's it cost?
You could probably get it for $300.
Okay. Oh, that's very reasonable.
And now, if you want to spend a little more and you want to buy something a little nicer, then maybe you go into a Benelli, but then you're talking about $1,000.
Okay.
You know, and then there's auto loaders as well. I like them, but I look at firearms. I like them as simple as possible.
Less failure.
Single time. I'm not worried ever that I'm not going to get all 5 rounds off. You know, any auto loader, they're still always going to jam.
Yeah, it's scary, isn't it?
And you could put they have a pistol grip shock of. You talk about the stock and the forearm grip. And
is that an American-made gun? European? Is it American-made?
No, it's American. The Benelli. One of my favorites, but it's expensive.
Nice.
The Mossberg.
Talk about a range of topic and coverage. This is pretty cool.
yeah, no doubt.
It's good. There's a lot of good information with all the different we were talking about it earlier too. Everybody has a forte, an expert in different areas, and it's just great. Everybody knows if they have that question. I might not be able to answer it, but if you hold on a little bit, let me find somebody I know that can probably answer and satisfy any possible question you may have. And that's the great thing about the community at large. It's terrific.
Yeah,
you're right.
It's cool,
you're absolutely right.
Do you make your own rounds too, Zulu?
No, I never got into that. I have a friend who does for me. I never got into it.
Is there an advantage learning that, you think?
Yeah, I think there is. I think there certainly is, especially if you have a nice tight-knit community like you have. It would probably be beneficial for you guys to do that, because if you start getting into shooting and things like that and practicing and everyone's doing it, you can definitely save by reloading.
Okay, so you are going to save money. Okay.
You know, and it would definitely benefit. Like, let's say you guys open, you know, you go find, you know, 3 acres in the middle of your, you know, 4,000 acres somewhere, and dig it out, build a trench and a wall, and make it your range, and just go there to shoot. You know, everybody collects their brass. If one of you guys knows how to reload, you'll definitely save some money.
Oh no, yeah, we definitely, would want to do that. That'd be great, and it'd be good just to understand. It'd be good to understand
and it's
velocity
not that
of the bullet.
difficult.
It's not that
Absolutely, you will learn the science behind it. You'll learn what powders work best with what guns like certain tips of the projectile. Like my 1911, which is, you know, the old Duke movies and the army gun that every guy had back in the Korean War movies and stuff.
Yeah,
that's a 1911.
Okay, 1911. Okay,
it was designed in 1911, I believe. It was the Marine Corps was issued it first because they were fighting. I forgot who. Someone who was the enemy was high on opium, so their 38 revolvers did nothing to them. So they came out with this thing to drop them because it's got a lot of punch behind it. It's a big round, 45 ACP, and so that thing.
Reliable?
Yeah, but it's very particular. It doesn't like certain ammo. You know, like mine loves ball ammo, doesn't like CCI, doesn't like
okay, when
another
you
brand.
Say ball, what's CPI and what's ball ammo?
The tip of the projectile, if it's perfectly rounded tip, that's called ball ammo. Then that's ball. Then there's a semi-wad, which has a flat tip and is tapered. That's generally a practice round. Okay. It's still lethal, of course, but it's generally a practice round.
Okay.
Then you have your hollow tip, where the tip is opened so that when it makes contact with your target, it spreads out and dissipates the energy into the target. And each finger of the hollow tip causes its own wound as it passes through the flesh.
Say that again. What?
Each finger of the hollow tip, because it expands out and looks kind of like a spider, like, you know, pointy, a star. Each tip will cause its own wound as it goes through your, you know, I don't want to say victim, target, you know, assailant, deer, whatever it is you're trying to stop.
Okay, you know, so basically what it's doing, so it's causing a path of resistance as it goes through the...
Yeah, so generally hollow tips are what, you know, you would carry for personal defense, things like that, because you just want to stop your assailant, you know, someone coming at you.
Gotcha. Yep.
You don't want to hurt someone else. Yep. And there's other ones. These other ones are called Glazer safety rounds. They're
the ones they use on aircraft.
Yes, correct. They're fantastic because those absolutely will not overpenetrate. Absolutely not. Yeah, they're good for home defense, because then you know when you shot the asshole in the doorway, your kid who's in the bed in the other room is safe.
Yeah, man.
You know, so they're a great round. I'm out of them. I used to have my first 2 rounds were safe with those, but I'm out. I haven't bought any in a while.
Wow, because how many times do you hear that? I've heard that quite recently when someone's tried to shoot the person in the house that's breaking in, and they've shot through that person into the other room, hitting the other person. So yeah, I've heard this happening.
Oh yeah, it can happen. You know, I mean, the biggest thing with any of these, practice, and it helps if, you know, you have friends. Like, I would love to have the access like you know, middle of the woods, and make my own range, because then you can practice. You really can simulate. You can real life. You can have your friends stand there screaming at you while you're trying to function and focus on a task. You know, where like what we do, we don't yell because we're in a range that you pay for, but they let us. We put up. I put up a target in front of you, right? Your firearm is on the table in front of you, and the magazine has 6 rounds, and you have a spare. When I turn it so you can't see the target. When I turn it towards you, you're allowed to start firing. I move the target away from you to 7 yards, stop, and then I start to move it back towards you. And in that time, you have to pick up your firearm, load it, charge the action, fire, reload, fire before I get back to you. And that's just a little drill we do for pressure.
Oh,
Because
that's
you have to
cool. So,
focus. Because in real life, that
can you
asshole
say that
isn't.
again? Say that again. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I want
Yep.
to. I want to picture this. Say that again.
Yeah, because in real life, that guy isn't going to stop when you
Yeah,
say,
yeah.
hold on, I got to reload.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. So say that again. So you were saying. I'm just going to
We
stop.
take
Yep.
this one it's a pay for range, and it has
Uh-huh.
a target that it hangs from a cable, and you can move it out to 20 yards. So what we do is we move it in so it's right in front of you, because honestly, most handgun battles, or so to speak, if that's what you want to call it, occur within a few feet of each other, of your assailant. You're not shooting the guy across the front yard with your pistol. That's not what they're
Okay,
designed
yeah.
for.
So it's not.
I mean,
It's
you
not
can
like
do it.
It's not like the movies. It's not like the movies where
Right,
people
right.
are rolling, flying through the
Right.
air, dodging bullets. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it can be done, but it's not what you do. Like I am so proficient with my 9mm Glock that I could probably shoot that good with that. But my other revolver and my other, not so much. I'll hit you, but that's what it's designed for. And so we put the target right in front of you, turn sideways so you can't see it. Firearms in front of you, one magazine with 6 rounds, another magazine with 6 rounds. The instant I turn it towards you, I'm going to start moving it away from you out to 7 yards and back. So when I turn the target towards you, you start shooting. You pick up your firearm, you load it, you charge the action, you fire, reload, and fire. And you have to do that by the time I move the target out to 7 yards and back. And you'll be surprised it doesn't take that long. Where all of a sudden that target's right there and you're on your last round. You're like, holy shit. And it's just about the pressure, because when it happens in real life, you have to be cognizant of what's going on around you, and what you're doing with your firearm, how many rounds you're firing. And it sucks because for a year and a half after your shoot, they're going to be critiquing every fucking millisecond. And you had only milliseconds to decide. So you have to practice that way, unfortunately, as best you can. So you can be safe and be proficient and, protect yourself and your family. That's all. I'm so adamant about that. I'm so big on your home protection is more than anything. I mean, these people break into houses, man. They're doing it. They do it, and it's not good. It's not right. You should be safe. Your children should go to sleep and be like, oh, I'm sleeping on a cloud or warm and cozy, and never worry about the fucking boogeyman, because daddy's going to fucking handle it. It's terrible. That's why I say everybody should have one. And even if you're so against a pistol that you're like, I don't know about a pistol, get yourself a shotgun at least. You don't have to have, a 20-foot long hunting shotgun. You can get something that's rather functional in a indoor environment. They make
20 gauge. 20 gauge?
Yeah. You could do that, but I would still go 12 gauge. But another good one that I suggest, and people may want to look at, is the DP12. It's a dual barrel 12 gauge shotgun, and it's legal in New York, and I don't know about Jersey, but it's legal in New York, and it holds 14 rounds because it has two separate tubes that hold 7 each. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Wow.
And it's heavy duty, and it's a bullpup design, meaning that it's short and it loads from the rear. So it's very good to use in a household when you have a small doorway you have to pass through to check, or a tight turn you have to go around to check. So you're not sticking the barrel way out in front of you.
How would you load that? Would you space different loads, like going from like an SG round to like a buckshot to a solid, or would you just keep it?
That's an interesting question. I didn't consider that because that one, I believe that one fires, it alternates barrels. I don't believe that it's one tube and then you click over to the other tube. Because there is one like that where you can have, like, let's say, all buckshot in one and all slugs in the other. That's the KSG. You can do that with the KSG.
Okay, I'm writing that down. So that's a KSG.
Yeah.
Okay.
The KSG Keltec 12 gauge
Yep.
pulls 14 rounds up, has a single barrel, and that one has a lever at the rear so you can switch from one side to the other. So if you want to run all buckshot, you have it on the left or something, and then slugs on the other. Like, let's say you're in the woods. Let's say you're in the woods, and you got a snake coming on you. You know, you could switch over to buckshot, blast the snake, put it back to the slug, and then be ready if a bear shows up. You know, so.
Oh man, that's a brilliant.
That's a pretty good one.
Man.
And then, like I said, but I like the DP12. It's more rugged, I think. It's heavy duty. That company, I can't remember the name, but they designed double barrel competition shotguns for shooting bird skeet shooting.
Okay.
The clay pigeons.
Right.
So they're precision. They're a precision firearm manufacturer, and they decided, hey, let's try making a tactical gun. So they made this DP12, and people love it because it's small, carries a lot of firepower, and it's freaking 12 gauge.
Oh man, that's
in the house. I have. I put Critical Defense. The company's name is Hornaday, and all their ammo is called Critical Defense.
I'm writing that down. Critical Defense.
Yeah, I like their stuff because their powders burn clean. Your gun isn't all filthy after you shoot it. You know, I mean, of course you still clean it, but it's not filthy, disgusting like when you use shitty Target ammo.
Yeah, shitty Target ammo. The ammo's coming from China, and who knows?
Yeah, they use the cheapest powder, so it's gross and dirty. Like we usually buy from Walmart Winchester white box. It's white. It's Winchester ammo, and it's just cheap crap, but it's cheap. You know, so we can go fire 500 rounds.
Okay.
And then for carry purposes or in the house, I use the Critical Defense. And in the 12 gauge, theirs is, it's weird. It's not quite buckshot. It's only 3 buckshot balls and then one larger one. So it's weird. It's kind of not quite a slug because the slug is just 1 ball.
Yep.
And buckshot is 8 balls. That's, there's eight little balls in there. And this has 3 copper jacketed balls and 1 slightly bigger ball to equal.
So how does that come out of the gun? How does that come out of the gun? Would that be the 3 that would spread out and the big one would be pretty much center?
Yes.
Like how?
Yes.
Okay.
So you and I believe the balls are, I want to say like a 32 caliber. Something like that.
Shit, man, that's huge.
So you have 3 balls in that size that would probably spread to, depending on how close the guy is. And then
that's
the
gotta
ball.
put you on your ass. That'll put you on your fucking ass.
Yeah, I mean, and it's, I hate to say it, I don't want to be, morbid, but the less shooting, the better. If you can do this in 1 round, fantastic. You don't need, you don't want that. You want it done because then there's the discussion of your intent. 17 rounds. Yeah, well, that motherfucker kept moving. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. It's a pretty hard one to explain, that one, isn't it? Yeah. You just unloaded 1.5 pounds of lead into it.
No problem with a good legal shoot, myself against some.
But it's amazing. Thank you. Look, I tell you what, I did not know you could actually have 2 different shells in one gun. That is brilliant. I mean, because, that's my thought that I
As a matter of fact,
that's a great way of
you might even Russian company, I think it's called the Ticonderoga or something like that. It's a 3-barrel coach gun. Coach guns were from the era when the guy rode shotgun, doing was carrying a shotgun so that you didn't get robbed. The guy sitting up front next to you, and he carried a coach gun, which was a small sawed-off shotgun, very, very small that you can conceal it, and it was able to quicker. You know, you can go from target to target. Well, this company, I want to say Ticonderoga, but they make a 3-barrel one. It fires in order the 3 barrels always. So you load all 3 barrels, and you could have like the first barrel birdshot even, you know, which barely even go through a door, you know, and you could fire that. No, I mean, I don't really condone trying to scare someone. I think if you got a fire, you better kill them.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But you know, if that's your thing, you're in the woods or something, you want to carry it in the woods, and you got 3 shots. You know, maybe that first one is buckshot. I mean, birdshot, so you could use it on a snake or something. You know, and I think they even call it snake shot. I think they make that. Round could be buckshot, and the last one could be a slug. You know, so to speak. And you could just have that small little rifle with you, light, a couple more shells in your pocket, and go walk your property and do what you got to do.
Yeah.
You know, I don't fear man as so much as I fear the animal. And I don't want to say fear the animals, but bear, they'll attack you in their territory.
Well, it's just that I've got animals on the farm that are just. I've never seen a lynx before, and I just had a lynx now twice on my property. And I know they're beautiful, but my kids are really young, but you know. So what I'm gonna
they'll attack a child.
Oh yeah, no, this thing's big, man. I mean, fucking, I swear to God, what the fuck is that? And then I was doing a live stream with you, Antonio, and something like that. And as we're doing the stream, I'm outside, you know, and I turn around, there's a fucking Lennox. Anyway, the camera never, the phone never picked it up, but I could not believe it, Zulu, that this thing, the hair on top of its ears, the way the eyes were, and I mean the size of the paws, dude. I mean,
are you allowed to shoot it?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm going to find out. But anyway, I'm gonna find someone to cage it. You know, to go and get it and take it into the woods. You know,
I would prefer to do that. I'm not saying I would go the route of contacting the ranger or whoever to come and remove it. Yes. Yeah. But I was curious about defense, because here in New York,
me too.
If I shoot that motherfucking bear in my backyard that's coming at me and my child and my wife, I'm still going to get fined and all kinds of tickets.
Are you serious?
Yeah, because it's not hunting season.
Yeah, same here.
For it.
Same here.
What?
But I don't care. I don't give a shit. I will go to jail in a second if it means I have to defend, you know, family.
That is so stupid, isn't it, man?
Yeah, of course it is.
No,
New York.
But you know what you just brought up? I found a bird. It's called a falcon. It's called a crystal. And I rang up the endangered birds people because I asked the person next door, and they said, "Oh, Anthony, I think it's an endangered bird." So as I was, you know, naive as I am, so I rang up the Raptor Society, and I told them I had this little beautiful bird, and it's probably been hurt in a storm. And they said, "Could you please describe it?" Well, I described the bird to them. I swear to God, man, it was like I'd killed someone. Their tone changed incredibly. They said, "You bring that bird down here right now." They said, "You bring that bird down here right now. That kestrel is la da da da. The fine is this, and what's your address?"
Wow.
I mean, a Gestapo, mate. So I just fucking hung the phone up. Fucking unbelievable. Anyway, so I had to
call it back, but it flew away.
Yeah, absolutely. But I had
near San Diego.
Yeah. It was on my property. Anyway, it was with the kids for 2 weeks and then flew off. and then the bird hung around. I mean, it was so cool, man. Oh yeah, it was a crestal, and you could see it hunt the little mice. It was such a cool bird, man. Always making those beautiful noises at night. But it was an American kestrel, very small raptor. But I couldn't believe the federal government I mean, the Raptor Society were just like Gestapo, man.
That's funny. That's so they can take your property.
They're fucking assholes, aren't they, mate? I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Oh, we got to seize this property.
Yeah, it's cuckoo, man. You know, we got gopher problems
I saw
here in
a
Washington
hummingbird
State.
for the first time ever.
You did?
A bug or something. I was like, what is that? It was in my neighbor's flowers. I was like, oh, that is fucking cool. I've never seen one ever.
Wow. Yeah, they're beautiful, man.
Yeah, it was pretty neat.
Yeah, we've got a gopher problem here, and if you have them on your property, the county will come on your property, and depending on how bad the situation is, you may leave your property to the gophers. So what we're doing now, if you find a gopher on your property, and I don't care if you animal lovers hear this, we fucking knock them on the head. That's it. I got no time for this government bullshit about you finding a gopher and it's more important than your fucking family and the home.
Yeah, no, that's unacceptable. Sorry, that's nature. I mean, granted, you know, if you're saying, oh, well, you know, I'm going out and I'm killing every gopher in the county, of course not. That's absurd.
Well, they're saying now,
it's
mate.
in here and it's going to affect my septic system. And
Yeah. Well, they're saying now that the county, and they can't prove this,
my
but they reckon
farmer neighbor,
they're shipping them around Zulu. They reckon the county is actually dropping these fucking creatures on your property, your 10, 20, 40, 50 acre property. Yeah, man. Look, we want to know how they're spreading so quickly. Anyway, so some farmers are saying that these asshole counties are just spreading these little fuckers.
Maybe there's no natural predator. What eats gophers?
Foxes.
That damn lynx.
Oh yeah, the lynx. Yeah, who knows?
Or possibly coyotes. We believe it or not, we actually have coyotes here, in the field next door. We got coyotes there, and it's funny you mentioned the bears before. You can't shoot them. That's definitely can't shoot them unless you're have a permit. Usually it's in December here, and then anytime they find bears wandering down, closer to the city, what do? They bring them up here and put them on the state lands out here, and that's all of a sudden we got tons of black bear. I grew up never seeing one until like 15, 18 years ago, and all of a sudden there's bear all over the place. I'm like, what the hell's going on here?
Yep.
It's funny too. We got bobcats down here now. Who would have thought you'd have bobcats? Yeah, exactly, on the countryside.
Yeah. Goats and the yapping at night, I can hear them up on the hill. Now, really close.
Yeah.
Right by them up in the woods.
Kind of weird. Different. Oops, sorry. Go ahead.
Doing his, he hit a little. He used to be a train.
Whoops, I'm getting like every third word there. You're kind of broken up.
Oh, sorry, my connection is shit because America.
Yeah, that's terrible. Yeah, every second word. Yeah.
For that.
Yeah, actually, I'm wired in here and I'm looking outside. I wouldn't even walk outside. I've got that gray overcast and it's raining like crazy. I mean, it's downpouring right now.
It's getting darker here. It didn't rain yet.
Just broke out a couple minutes. In fact, that's why I just got up. I walked up, closed the door, because if I had the door open, it would sound like a freight train.
Nice.
Really, really good conversation. We covered quite a different unrelated topics, which is awesome. And gone through them one by one. It's pretty cool. I like it. The chat likes it as well, from what I can see.
I think they're all related. I mean, where we are, what's going on here.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're kind of related. You're awesome, Larry. I love coming to talk to you. You're the best.
Yeah, don't tell anybody. I have a serious side. In fact, the last one I did was in the bank thing with the mortgage and the bank fraud and different things, and I just did it straight. And actually, they at the end of it, I just missed it as I clicked off, but somebody made the comment, says, "Wow, Larry sounds like business-like." I'm like, well, yeah, I do have a serious side too. I just don't show it often. That's all.
Right, right.
Yeah, the taxes are a big thing. Hey, Larry. I mean, we got a 230E here. The cannabis industry, you cannot claim anything.
Really?
They're fucking assholes, man. They're just, it's going to change eventually, but they're just, you know how it is, mate. They just want to try and make as much money as they quickly can, and we have to foot the bill. But yeah, we can't claim nothing. 230E is, you just can't claim a fucking thing, mate. That's it. Can't claim nothing.
I'm going to mute myself for 1 second here. I got to take care of a water issue at the moment, so I'll be right back.
Uh-oh.
Cool. Water issue. But yeah, Zulu,
Said it's torrential downpouring there, so I don't know. Maybe he's got water coming in the house.
Oh, is it raining there?
Yeah.
Not
here.
Where's he? Is he?
He's in North New Jersey. He's about.
Oh, okay.
He's approximately 40 miles southwest of me. I'm in Orange County, New York, Middletown.
Okay. So, geez, you're very far west.
About 60 miles north of New York City and about 20 miles west of County Choppers. You ever hear that TV show?
Choppers?
Where they made motorcycles.
Yeah. That guy was
those guys.
Welder.
That's where I am.
Yeah. Oh, fucking great welders, man.
Did you know Orange County in America?
No. The only Orange County I've heard of is California.
Mm-hmm. And then I wonder, call it Orange County. Why would that be? Why would they have it here, Orange? Why would this be the first county you name Orange, unless maybe it's that Masonic thing that orange is the only color 33?
Well, it does. It's on the stripe and banner.
I know. I was like, interesting. I mean, maybe it's reaching, I don't know. But that was an interesting thing, because you would think orange would start, well, maybe in Florida. Well, holy crap, this place has oranges. Not New York.
I know, it's really interesting.
Something else came from, it was like either cream cheese or cheesecake, something like that came from here.
Oh, is that where they get the New York cheese from?
Something like that. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of dairy.
Yeah, there's a big thing in Australia with the New York cheesecake. And then I think the New York cut style, steak. Was I breaking up?
So treat well, correct?
Yeah, treat well. That's correct. Yeah, TREATWELL.
Okay, I'll tell them to look it up.
Oh no, most definitely great. Because there's not too many people I can vouch for, but when you spend 3.5 years with someone, you get to know their practice, and and I've showed them and shared a lot. We just keeping the plant integrity, so it's just certain techniques, and they do.
So you said you have a friend in Humboldt County?
Yes, that's correct. Humboldt County, California, and that's where they could get.
Is Humboldt
product from? There's a shop down there.
Is it border the ocean by any chance? That county? Just wondering. I was just if Humboldt County was on the ocean.
Yes, it's close to the ocean, correct.
Okay, just wondering, because
That's where you get the best weed from in America.
Because I think that's
actually
how
in the
my
world.
friend's gonna have to sell it to his wife. That hey, we'll do this vacation. We'll try
Oh,
this
it's
and,
beautiful.
and see
What
if
they
this
will
works.
do, they will fly into Eureka. It's
Because
a beautiful little
she
country
needs
town.
to be able to fly.
Oh,
I don't
yeah,
know
yeah,
if
you
air
said
pressure is
that.
gonna
Yeah,
mess
yeah.
with her
No,
head.
no, no.
Like I
You're
said,
probably
she's
right.
she's so dysfunctional right now. It's so
Where,
sad.
where they, where are they driving from?
New York, it'll be East Coast, all the
Okay,
way out to you.
okay. Do you know what? Do you mind? I'm actually gonna be talking to the founder of Treatwell today. Um, I will speak with him. If he agrees with it, does this lady want to talk to this gentleman? And then, I'm not going to say what he may or may not do because, it sounds like it's pretty serious. And I think I would know that he would call her or she can call him. If when I speak with him, I'll make sure that this is all right by him. And then she can actually talk with him and come to some arrangement on how to get this CBD material to her some way or another. Because there's got to be a duty of care, something along the lines, finding a physician in
Medical here in New York, maybe they can prescribe it to her.
yeah, and then what we'll do is because I know Treatwell sends their product all over America, to some very, very sick people. Yep, I think that's what I'll do when I speak with them today. I'm going to bring this up, and then later
All right.
this afternoon, evening, I'm going to get back in touch with you either through the Hangout saying hi, everything's cool. Somehow we'll talk sometime tonight because I think this will be a no-brainer. I think I'll get you a number. This lady can talk with them and let's get this thing rolling, mate, because it's got to be so just disheartening for her to even function, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's what's so sad.
It is, man. People don't understand that you can't do anything. You're just.
All right. I put my Gmail my email
Yep.
into the what's it called? Group chat.
The Skype group chat.
Yeah, because I'm on my phone.
Yeah, no, that's
Just
good. Yeah, well, we'll definitely touch
email me
base.
there, and then I'll send you my number.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, and then I'll have her
That
or
way
you
I don't put
talk
it
to.
out.
Yeah, don't put it out so people can get it.
How the
Yeah,
hell
no,
is that?
that's gonna be great. Yeah, and my computer's actually uploading all new data software. So my computer's out today. They load stuff up on the weekend, so I can't even get on it. So with that New York licensing went through, I'm sure it was for PTSD, but just double check. Last week in New York State.
Great. That's awesome.
I read it. I remember it came on my desk and I read it. I knew it was New York because New York it's because it's probably one of the very, very condensed big businesses that's going to be coming online soon, which is New York, because you got such a large populace in such a small demographics. And
who maybe I should invest in? The farmers, the distributors.
yeah, just I'm gonna look through all the paperwork about New York, and I'm gonna do some diligent research as well. But yeah, on your end, find out as well where, because you got to understand, we got to have the common folk like you guys on the ground level.
Yeah.
This can't be owned by multinationals that are giving their money to their family and friends, and they're buying up 5 of these lots, and there's some really sneaky shit going on, man, and I don't like it. I want this to go to the normal common folk. Jesus.
Okay, I made it back. Whoops. Oh, Anthony dropped out. So did Mark. Everybody left the group chat.
Wow. That sounds brutal.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, that's why I'm moving indoors.
Yeah, I just I started taking on water because it actually shoots over the gutter. I don't have commercial gutters. I got the regulars, and it shoots over the top, and it was starting to run inside a little bit.
A home builder have the shitty gutters?
I don't know. I got to clean them too. That helps.
That's awesome.
Let's put it this way: water was coming in so quickly. I think I found out what happened to the SS Minnow. I think it passed me.
Nice.
So I took care of it.
Yeah.
It was actually getting blocked because the garage, the regular person door is what was blocking it. So I just basically kicked out the when you open the door, you have the aluminum and you have the jam at the bottom. So I just basically disconnected that and let it flow outside. So now I got a little mini river going. It's stopping now though.
Yep, the raindrops are just starting to fall right now.
Oh, it comes down in buckets. Yeah. Oh yeah.
All lowered. See that? Just starting. Very shitty. Oh, ambulance.
Oops. Yeah, I was gonna say that's on your end, not me.
This might be my ride. There it goes. Yeah, it was a bus.
Yeah, actually, it's slowing down now. It came down quite a bit. You can tell when it comes down because at the end of I have a combined driveway, and I looked across as I opened the door, and you could see the silt from the track because there's a track in the backyard. You can see the silt just running down the asphalt driveway. It turns it into a sea of brown.
Nice. I got a tree down. Maybe the other one will come down in the storm. That one, I don't even know. It wasn't even that. I'm gonna have to have that chopped down. Do you do trees, Larry?
I have a couple friends of mine. Actually, one of them is in South Jersey. He does a tree climbing. There's two guys around here locally that, they do old fashioned. They put on the spikes, climb the tree, chop it from the top down and everything. So.
Yeah, those guys are nuts.
Oh, absolutely. I've seen them do it. It's crazy.
I'm definitely paying somebody to take that shit down. They're like broken in half, ready to come down, and I don't want them to fall on anybody,
Yeah, it's better. I mean, it's easy to say pay somebody. It actually is better to pay someone than to get out there because the damage you could do to yourself is.
Yeah, we did that, and then crane truck and crushed my driveway. But he paid to have it fixed, so I said I would still use him. Still there?
Yep, I'm still here in the background.
Where'd Anthony go? He left.
No,
there he is.
I'm just having some broccoli. I'll be back in.
Nice broccoli, nice. Oh, Linda, you were right. Avocado. He said there's a chemical in avocado when it combined with the broccoli will not only but probably reduce the effects of prostate cancer and I forgot what else it was. So you're right. We should eat more guac. I said
broccoli.
I'm broccoli. Well, we eat broccoli every night now.
Yeah, no. When you see, all you got to do is go to Google, just put in sulforaphane. It's really amazing. SULFORAPHANE. Sulforaphane.
Sulforaphane.
Yeah, sulforaphane. It's SULFORAPHANE, sulforaphane. And fucking amazing, man, because they knew this 20 years ago. The research came out, I think 92. Was it 92? No, it was more. Anyway, it's between 82 and 92. But research came out showing there is a neuro pathway, NRF2, and sulforaphane releases benzene out of the bladder. And that's why a lot of people, and smokers especially, they get bladder cancer. And for the reason of the bladder cancer, yeah, and that's why all smokers get bladder cancer.
I didn't know smokers got bladder cancer.
Oh, they do, man. It proliferates throughout the rest of the body, but it starts from the bladder. And yeah, so that's it. And when you look at what sulforaphane does, it purges the body of benzene. Amazing, fucking amazing,
Really?
naturally. Yeah.
Oh, you told me that if you get sorry, I got to tell you real quick before I forget. Honey. If you do a teaspoon of honey, he said.
No, not honey. No,
this is for her allergies. No, she has allergy. She has allergy problem.
It's not the honey, man. It's honey's good, but it's the actual. You know, if you look at the pollen, if you go to the honey maker in your area, see if he's got any pollen as well, because of the actual pollen that you buy off them. It's all different colors. You eat that a tablespoon every day, and that.
Of the pollen itself.
Yeah, because basically when you look at the pollen, see the reason you have a problem with your immune system, it's because the pollen's in the air, and and when you consume the outside environment, it stuffs the nose up and it sends all your immune system out of whack. So if you take the bee pollen and honey, if it does not alleviate, it will totally knock that right on the head.
Oh. He said it's the actual bee pollen from a local bee grower, and let's say a teaspoon of honey just to make it go down easier. But do that every day, and he guarantees your allergies will go away.
Yeah,
and it has to be local.
Local honey. It has to be local. Yeah,
all right.
Local.
We're gonna get it and try it.
Yeah. You'll be amazed, my friend. You'll be amazed.
That's her killer. It torments her. You know, she's fine, and then that kicks in, and she can't even function.
Yeah, you know, your eyes swell up, you sneeze, you know, swelling. It's just crazy, man.
Yeah. And she beats me when she's ornery. No. No.
I'd like to say hi to Dave Hawaii. Stopped in too. Dave Hawaii's here.
Oh, hey, Dave.
Hey, how do you get bee pollen? How do the beekeepers get pollen?
Okay, so basically what you do is you can make this up depending where you live. There's different sizes of bee pollen, but you want to de-wadding. So when the bees come into the unit to expel their honey or whatnot, so there's like a little brush up. When they come in, it brushes the bee pollen off their feet, and then it gets racked down below. So you can pull this tray out, and at the end of the day, you'll have, you know, a good 10, 15 ounces of bee pollen. It's amazing, man.
So you make a little foot place for them to wipe their feet and then save
Yeah. I'm serious, mate. I'm serious. There's some great.
Go onto YouTube. You could buy it online.
Go onto YouTube. Yeah, go onto YouTube.
Nuts.com.
Man, I'm telling you, bee pollen is amazing, dude.
I actually have wild bees that took over my shop outside.
That's great.
Like a barn shop.
Got to put
I haven't been able to go in there very much because of these bees.
What color are the bees, David?
Black with yellow, I think.
Black with yellow. So what? So when you look at the face, is it hairy?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
They're really strange. They fly around me and bump into me without stinging me and stuff. They seem to not be bothered by my presence, but I'm still don't want to get stung because I'm allergic to bee stings a little bit.
Yep. Yeah, that's interesting, man. So what does the beehive look like?
It went inside of a speaker. It was inside of a boat hull that I had sitting outside, and then it moved. into a speaker inside the shop,
Did it have
like a big
was
12-inch speaker or
was
something.
okay? Did it have any shape when you seen it? Did it have a shape?
I should
to it?
look in. I need to open up the deck of that boat and see what the old one looked like. I saw a part of it and it was all dried up and stuff. I left. It
Wow.
was years, like 5 years old or something. You know, it's pretty old,
Wow.
and they just
Hey,
moved on.
hey, Anthony, I
Yeah.
just found here nuts.com, nuts.com. They have bee pollen granules. It's a 1 pound bag for $10.99, and it says that you soak them in water for 12 hours in your refrigerator so the shells crack. Or if you can't do that, you can grind it all up into a fine. Is that similar to
Yeah, it's
actual?
similar.
Okay,
It's
I just
similar,
wondering because
but
there's different products here. There's
no,
that.
there
There's
is,
actual
but
bee pollen here. This one
yeah,
says bee pollen on it, but it
That's been
probably wouldn't be local.
yeah. No,
smoothies for a
you want
long
it
time.
local. Like I say, they try and make you take bee pollen from other states. Why would you take another
Yeah.
state when you
It says
fucking
sourced from U.S.
the plant?
facilities, not from overseas.
Yeah, no. You want it you want it is within the 20-mile radius of where your sweetheart works, walks, and lives,
Okay,
because it's your environment that you need to
I'm
correct.
down. I'm looking.
Yeah, it's
You
her
gotta get a
immune system.
beekeeper to do that probably, because not all beekeepers collect
Yeah.
pollen, do they?
Exactly.
No, some don't, but then you can educate them,
That's right.
and then you're going to show them how to make a little bit of money of something that they didn't even know about. Because if you're not using that bee pollen while they're going to use it, anyway, yeah, I think it's
There you go.
it's a good benefit for
Orange
everyone.
County beekeeping. That's where I'm going to start.
So you live
That's
in
it, man.
Orange County, but up in, where are you from? New York
New
State or
York,
something?
Orange County, New York, the first Orange County in
I know.
America.
Really?
Yeah, it
Yeah, the
actually
one
is.
Florida was pioneered much later.
Yeah, and that's why I said, why would it be in Orange County here?
Why about Orange
I
County
don't
in
know. Probably the
California?
Duke of Orange. Wasn't
Why
that a
through
guy from Europe?
Sonic.
And
Oh,
you
you're
got a
breaking-
big county in California, Orange County, California.
Yeah, and Orange County is right. I'm pretty sure that's the county right next door to where I grew up in Florida. Orange County. That's where they had oranges.
Well, help.
The orange groves where
No, the dining room's full.
the freeze line moved them south year after year. They don't even have oranges in Orange County anymore, I don't think. The one that's up by Orlando,
Oh wow, okay.
because the freeze line kept moving further south every year and killing the orange groves, and they're all the way down to like just above Lake Okeechobee now.
But it makes you wonder why that's happening, Dave. Why that freeze belt's moving? You know, it's not like
Well, they always used to say the ice age, a mini ice age was coming, and then they shifted it to global warming, and now it's shifted to climate change. But they've always known that they were going to be doing something, but they don't know what.
they're just looking for another ways to make money.
Something like that. I don't know. But it is weird that would happen. It's something, probably a belt of cold air always came down from Canada, ran down the coast, so to speak.
Yeah.
Because what happens is it freezes for more than a couple days and kills the crop. So the orange growers are like, damn, why are we doing all this if we don't even have a crop? So they just move further south.
And what happened to the lands and the farms? Did
They do other stuff
redeveloped?
with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's always people moving to Florida, so they just keep making suburbia bigger and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, it's really amazing. We still don't even really know our record of our future weather. And our past weather, when you think about it, we've only just been told what they want us to believe.
But it's a pretty safe bet that messing with the weather is going to change it. If you change it in one spot, something's going to happen somewhere else as a result, indirect result.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But Australia's desert has never changed for 50, 60,000 years. So
You know
is
what?
it true that the cell phones were damaging the bee population or hurting them? that true?
I have heard that. It's a cell phone towels. I heard it's
Instead
the
of,
pinging. It's the pinging. There's supposed to be like a quivering effect of the cell phone tower where they reckon there's like a, what do they call it? Every millisecond there's like a pulse, and they reckon it's irritating the bees or confusing them. I don't know if it's true or not. But
maybe bees levitate and that frequency screws up their levitation. I don't know. I just happen to think that.
you could be right, man. Who knows? I know a bumblebee is not supposed to be able to fly. I don't care what anyone says. How the fuck does that big creature fly with little wings? I mean, I still can't work it out. I mean, me and my kids see it every day. A reminder: how the heck does this fat thing fly, even empty? But when it's loaded, all its feet are covered in pollen, and the thing is it's like a freight train flying through the air with the little wings. Effortlessly, and it's effortless. It's not even trying to fly. It's just to the next part. I don't know how it does it. Wouldn't have a fucking work. I don't even know how to calculate its weight mass to lift. I'm still trying to work that out. How do I prove that shit?
Hey, do you mind if I ask you a quick question about your vacuum chamber stuff that you do?
Yeah.
Do you have like a lot? Is it like expensive equipment, or and also
you don't need to spend much money, man. But
do you also just put a leaf in there, like in another container, or do you, like have to put pre-made oil in there and separate that out, or what are you doing?
Yeah, it's basically if you're removing oil from cannabis
Yeah.
or any plant, even lavender, you can do two different ways. You can either freeze the plant head, flower, whatever, to remove the trichomes. They call it a sifting. And you get the trichomes knocked off, and that's like resin. That's one way of easily doing it without buying anything other than a screen off your window, put your butt on there and shake it, and then all these trichomes will fall off the globulars. Or actually the other way around, the globular falls off the trichome. And then that's just like, yeah, a little dust. Well, that's the THC or the CBD. That's it. So if you're wanting to make oil, well, you can use alcohol. There's many systems of doing it, just a basic system where you're doing an RSO. Soak alcohol with the marijuana for a period of time and then remove the plant material through a coffee filter and dehydrate the alcohol and you're left with the oil. And if you eat it, be careful because you may not think what you've made is it just looks like oil. No, you've made a drug. That stuff, when you eat it, and just say hypothetically, if you eat a size of a rice grain, that's going to be decarboxylated if you've evaporated it. Yeah, about the size of a grain. Let's say if it's a 50% THC, if it's a THC, if you enter that into the body, that means you've had about a dosage of about 150 milligrams. So yeah, you're going to be very entertained for the next 4 or 5 hours.
So, but the alcohol evaporates completely and it just leaves the oil, huh?
Yeah, alcohol evaporates completely. You can put it in the dehydrator. Some people like leaving a little bit of alcohol in there, just like a tincture. And then what that does is when you take that oil, it increases its uptake as well. So if you are going to have a little bit of alcohol in there as a tincture, your bioavailability, if you put it under the tongue, would be pretty much within 5 minutes it's gone through your blood. Well, it's actually gone through the gangula, may pass through the blood-brain barrier, who knows? The effects are very quick. 5 minutes, the onset will start, and then about 35 minutes, you'll feel it.
Oh, it's so good.
Like Everclear, that kind of alcohol?
Not now, really, but I know what it's going to be.
Yeah, Everclear. Everclear is a great one. 151 rum is a good one. Yeah, and you can just even leave it in a quart jar over a night or a weekend. I've heard people leaving in there for a month, and then they do a total saturation, meaning that when they remove that alcohol is very, very dark English racing green. When they remove the alcohol from that and you eat it, actually they make a butter out of it. And any time that you do cooking, you use a little bit of the butter, and that's it, man. You put a little bit. See, it's very hard to dose. at your dosing.
The dosage
So
is-
your dosing can only be done if you get it lab tested. So
Hello, Anthony.
hello. So, but everything that I do, I get lab tested, so I know my dosing. So if I'm giving somebody 9 milligrams of THC, I know I'm giving them fucking 9 milligrams because, you know, I'm dealing with children, old people, and I can't have them fucking see fairies, man. You know, it's, you know, some of them probably may not mind it, but I don't want them to, you know, especially children. So that's why we make products that are THCA based, meaning that it's non-psychoactive.
So that's what you use the vacuum chamber for, or something?
Absolutely, because it changes the temperature. See, I can boil water at room temperature.
Yeah.
So if I have a glass of water right here, right now, I can boil that if I put it in a vacuum.
But you put
With
the
no heat.
oil in the vacuum in your.
Absolutely. When I do a short path, yeah, because I'm making pharmaceutical. You know, when you're making stuff 98% THC, I have to take it to the vapor point of that molecule. So you're distilling the molecules at that vapor point under a vacuum. So that means I can separate. I can separate different constituents from the oil.
Right.
So if you want, if you give me a hybrid plant CBD THC, you can divide those up. You can remove the CBD, you can remove the THC. I can turn that CBD into a crystal, and then it can be pure crystal CBD, meaning that you will not get high from it. I don't care how much you eat of it. It will. You'll start to feel a little more relaxed, but you'll have no psychoactive effect.
And
Yeah, it's interesting
CBDs
stuff,
just
man.
promotes good health, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Look, to tell you the truth, everybody should be on a CBD of one sort or another. From hemp or cannabis, it does nothing to you. If anything, you will have a lot of problems resolve themselves. First being fibromyalgia, then you've got your, everything from nervous disorders to twitches, eye twitches, arthritis, sore back. You'd be amazed. Just having a little bit of CBD in your life will actually benefit you in many ways. Yeah.
And then, like, you still would need to
neuropathy.
be in a state that has that legal, though, right? Even though it's just
No. CBD, you can just get offline. Try and find someone reputable.
Well, I already looked at this place that you mentioned that.
Treatwell.
Something health or Treatwell.
Treatwell. Yeah.
Treatwell Health.
Yeah, Treatwell.
And they had a store locator that said shipping available, delivery only, and they're in California. But then it just, when you go to their website, it's just talking about shipping to California.
Yeah.
So
just call them. Call them.
Yeah.
They do have CBD products. Call them. I'm going to be talking with them today, and I'm just going to find out a few things, and then I'll talk with you guys later on this evening about what I found out. But I would, because I don't like telling people about other people's products, but I can vouch for this one definitely. You know, I'm always down there once every month and a half, 2 months, and I've been working with these people for 3.5 years. So I definitely see their practice. And because the way they do their stuff, the people that run the company, actual cannabis is keeping one of the owners alive. And it's kept him alive for, geez, he was supposed to be not here 8 years ago. They don't know why he's still here. He knows. He had some really bad problems with his bowels and and the liver. Yes, and on top of that, he had stage 4 COPD. So he had cancer in the bowel, bleeding out of the bowel, liver messed up, not working, shut down, and COPD stage 4. That was 9 years ago.
Wow.
He has neither of those three. He has still the COPD, but it's under control, and all the rest is
What does that stand
doctors,
for? The COPD.
doctors. COPD is basically the COPD is what is it? Is God, I always forget this son of a bitch. But it's to do with the bronchial. It's the lungs. It's the breakdown. It's a lot of smokers go through. You know, it's the breakdown of the bags, the little pockets of air within the lungs that break down.
It's
COPD.
chronic obstructive pulmonary disease.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Your heart and your lungs are connected. That's your pulmonary system. If you're not pumping enough, you retain fluid in your lungs. Everything works in conjunction with each other. You don't get enough oxygen.
Yeah,
It's terrible.
They usually drown. It's a terrible way to go, guys. It's probably the worst thing ever because they feel like they're being suffocated. It's really fucking sad, man. But cannabis, unbelievable. That's why I'm so looking forward to hearing what Hillbilly's going to be telling us in the next day or two about his sweetheart, because some little angel sent something to him. I can't say too much, but a little angel, yeah. There's angels out there, guys. That's all I can say. They're out there. So we'll find out how Hillbilly's doing with his wife, but you'll see a dramatic improvement with her in the next week.
Yeah, I'm looking at their website. They call it tinctures.
Yeah, tinctures. Yeah, tinctures are a basal product. What we do is we run it through some high-tech gear. We send it through a centrifuge at around about, I'd say about 1,500 Gs. And then what we're doing is we're dividing up the cannabinoids without heat.
Oh, I see. Non-psychoactive, whole plant extract, whole plant extract.
Yeah, that's what I do, man. That's what
For
I teach.
dogs and cats too?
Yeah. We took care of some.
Oh man, my poor old dog would love that.
Man, we know what, we took care of some whales last year. Actually, though, yeah, and then we had seals. We had a big flight of seals come in that beached themselves. They all got a fungi and parasites. So we loaded them up with THC and CBD because, you know, the mammals have exactly what we have. You have an endocannabinoid system. So any mammal, you know, has the same sort of setup. So yes, man, we got them all high.
And they were good and they went back out.
Absolutely, brother. Yeah. Within 48 hours. Yeah.
Wow.
So, you know, cannabis is amazing. And like I say, cannabis is in the sea. We all know
what
this. It grows in the sea as well.
20-to-1, 3-to-1, 1-to-1 on this CBD-rich tincture. What does that mean?
Well, yeah, the 20-to-1 just meaning that it's a 21-1 to ratio, meaning that when we grow our plants to what we're making for the human body. So you think that when you see that tincture, it's not just a tincture. We grow the plant for that 20-to-1 ratio, meaning that it's going to be 20 parts of CBD to 1 part of THC. So let's get back to dosage. So if I was giving you 10 milligrams of this product, out of that product, it would be 9. No, it would not be. It'd be 9.5. So you've only got a very small portion of that 10 milligrams, which is going to be THC.
I see.
The majority
of
it.
So the 1-to-1 is going to be
50-50.
Gotcha.
That means 50% CBD to 50% THC or THCA, or however the ratio is done. So that means if I gave you 10 milligrams, you would feel that. So if you've never smoked marijuana or cannabis, I fucking hate that word marijuana. If you've ever not smoked cannabis, if you took 5 milligrams of THC activated and you put it in your mouth, within 35 minutes, you will notice that ever so slightly. It may be something in the background, but it'll feel like it'll feel like that you've taken. You remember when you've taken a little bit of cough medicine and you feel that sort of perkiness?
Right.
Okay, it's sort of like that in a way. But when you take from that 5 milligrams and now you take 20 milligrams of THC, when that goes through the liver, the feeling and the entourage of that effect, you'll start seeing things pop out of the corner of your eye. You'll notice that your hand tremors have stopped. You may even feel a little tingling through your toes and your feet, and that's what's doing with the nervous system, meaning that it's going to be pumping more oxygen and blood through those areas, and that's why you have these hot flushes through your feet, where you have neuropathy. So when you have someone that's 80 years old and can't feel their toes, when I rub my cannabis oil on their feet, not me if they don't want me to, but if someone rubs oil on their feet, within 5 minutes you'll see.
I'd let you rub oil on my feet.
I look, these sweet people are beautiful, but and then what you'll see a lot of pigments come back into the feet while it's blood flow. It's the nervous system.
That's
and
awesome.
Then after about 15, 20 minutes, you'll see these old girls and boys get up, and I've even seen some of them leave their fucking cane behind, because they probably took a little too much THC and they've probably sneaked a little bit orally. And I've seen many of the old people just get up right out of their fucking seat, and I got to tell you the truth, they're high. And I've seen many of them walk all the way over to the other room, and people watching these people in the room saying, "Look at Margaret, she's left the bloody cane behind." And she's walked the whole living room, mate.
Awesome.
Now you work that out. How does that happen, mate? And that's an 80-year-old lady that never went anywhere without that cane.
So if you took the one that says THC, that tincture, and you did some jobs, it would be just purely and I hate to use that word, psychoactive or whatever they call it, psychotropic.
Yeah,
psychoactive.
Yeah, that's it, man.
You know, but because I don't think it fully alters you like that. You know, I mean.
Look, you know what? They've done such a number on everybody. You know what?
I've never met anybody who did it and was like, "Oh, I saw dragons and this and that."
Man,
you know.
Okay, let me put it this way. I've taken the oil. I've taken 10 times more value of oil in my system at once, so I know what it does to my patients. Because if my patients accidentally took too much, I need to know what's going to happen. So if they call me, I know how to deal with it. And because I found out there's certain things that will knock that high down very quickly. And I'm not going to say it over the phone, but we'll get to that at a later stage.
What the hell?
Whoops.
But
There we go.
what I will tell you, Zulu, is it's really interesting that the small amounts of this chemical will totally change the outcome of the body. Now, if people have a problem with that, that's fine. They just need to understand, why aren't you using that's something that's already innate in the body. The endocannabinoid system is homeostasis. It's here. It's already here. It's built into the system. And it only interacts with a few plants around the world. What the fuck is that for? That's what we need to address. Because if it's not in your body, and then they're going to come to you and say, "Oh, what about heroin? You get high when you take heroin." You idiots. It's a fucking opioid. Look at how the body's designed. All opioids are based from where? The brainstem. That's why it fucking kills you. 80 people die a day from opioids in America. That's one person dying on opioids every 18 to 19 minutes. Not one person has died on fucking marijuana.
And it's interesting how much of it comes out of Afghanistan and how our American soldiers are protecting those fields.
Yeah, you're so on, Zulu. That is so true.
And people don't know that.
No,
I thought that was what everybody knew. Maybe that's not it. I mean, what is going on over there?
Ridiculous.
I
I got
they have a camp. The U.S. has a
loud.
bases over there. I know that they got bases over there. I don't know what they're doing in them, but they got bases.
Yeah, they're hired help. They're hired protective agents of a pharmaceutical product
Yeah.
because pharmacies still need morphine.
That's
Okay,
right.
they go through 23 ton a year of morphine.
They
Okay,
grow
so
that
they
in
do need
Turkey,
some
though.
supply.
They grow it
Huh?
in places like Turkey, also, though, especially
Yeah,
for morphine production.
yeah, it's amazing, man.
Like above
And you know,
board, that's what it's for.
and you know what? When you look at morphine and all those chemicals that work in the lower cerebellum or the lower part of the brain stem, all those chemicals that stop that pain signaling, man, I'm telling you, it is the worst stuff for the body, guys. I know there's times and places for things, but it doesn't even stop pain. You know,
I
there's a
heard it can.
researcher.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, man. There's a researcher out there that says opioids don't stop pain. All it does is it mimics the pain. It sends the signal to the brain. They're very smart, these chemists. And then what they do is they send the signal back. So what it's doing, it's actually setting up the program for addiction. So what it's doing, and they don't tell you this, but when you take an opioid, especially an Oxycontin, there's a program in there that when you take Oxycontin, it's setting up a behavioral issue where it's got this repetitive thing where you get addicted to this shit. So what it's doing is it starts to work less and less because your tolerance is being built up and you want to take more and more. So when you look at Oxycontin, the reason we have a heroin epidemic today is because these bad pharmaceutical fuckers have got our families addicted to a pharmaceutical drug. And when they cannot get that drug from pharmacies because they just stopped issuing the ticket, you now go and find street heroin. It's exactly the same fucking thing. But with heroin, the doses are all over the place, and then when you take it, especially if you shoot it, it will kill you deader than a hammer. Anyway, it's sad, man. Opioids, they're fuckers. Educate your family.
Yeah, that's the pharmaceutical ones too that you're talking about, huh?
Yes, correct. Pharmaceutical, opioids
That's
are just no
affecting me
good.
personally right now because of somebody that got addicted to those that has babies. It's pretty ugly.
Yeah, it's very ugly, man. But you know, cannabis sorts that. See, okay, so that's why I was bringing this up because cannabis turns on a mechanism in the brain, and what it shuts down a repeating mechanism. It's like a transponder. Cannabis and hemp. It's not just cannabis, but but it's predominant in the cannabis strain. So when you take it into your system, there is a it stops the transition or the communication of the opioid. That's why I say never go cold turkey on opioids straight away, but still consume your cannabis. Not so much, especially if you're eating it, not so much because of the enzymes, but what it's going to do, it's going to dissipate your usage of milligrams more and more when you take cannabis. So you can lower your dosage. And so over 6 months, you can cease your dosage on opioids without that withdrawal, that need of fix. They're assholes, man. And don't forget, they've spent years and years and years on how to get fucking everyone addicted to their bullshit. And like I said yesterday to Antonio,
Yeah.
by 2050, they will have every man, woman, and child on a pharmaceutical product. And they said they're calling it 5 by 5. By the age of 5, you will be on 5 pharmaceutical products. Assholes.
I've seen sci-fi movies with similar plots, I think.
Yeah, they're serious. These guys are crazy.
That Agenda 21 was supposed to outlaw any kind of supplements and stuff, right? Even like vitamin C, right?
Yes, correct. Yeah, vitamin C,
So that's the
almond
same.
bitters. Almond bitters is on top of the list, which
What is
is the apricot kernel.
ah
Yeah, I'm going to jump in for 1 second here. I'm enjoying the chat. I didn't want to jump in. There was a question out in chat actually, and that was from Been Taking Pics. Kathleen actually asked about. Please ask Anthony about the THC in the ocean. I believe. Where would that be, or something? Was a question?
Yeah, down South America. It's what a great subject. It's really interesting because when you look at the behavior of the mammals, do you think cannabis just grows on the ground? No, it doesn't. Do you think mammals don't live anywhere else? Well, they do. So why would you have an endocannabinoid system in your body and cannabinoids wouldn't be in the sea? I already knew this. I just didn't know where the fuck it was, but they found it. It's down in South America. So we have certain seaweed, sea-based plants that have cannabinoids in it. Interesting shit.
You mean like seaweed could have cannabinoids in it?
Certain species, yeah, absolutely. They found one down in South America. Yeah, but doesn't it make sense? Why would mammals not have it? Mammals have an endocannabinoid system, like your dog or your cat or your bird. Yeah, look, I'm healing my little French miniature bulldog right now, with cannabis. You know, I give her about, you know, it's definitely. Geez, the equivalent of dosage, the CBD is about 1.5 milligrams, and I put that in her food, so she loves it. You know, it helps her. Helps her with, yeah. It helps her with her joints. Yeah, right. Absolutely. You'll see when you got the dosage just right, because she turns to a 3-year-old dog again. You know, she starts running around with the kids and playing around and being silly, and just like she was a 3-year-old dog again. And then she'll go for a snooze. It's amazing what it does, man. It's really interesting.
Dogs like to does it get the dog high, you think?
Like I've said, I've tested everything on myself and my animals with me. And yeah, Bella has got high sometimes. I've got the dosage not just right, and she's chasing something around the house. Yeah, I've seen that. She's in a world of her own, and she's barking at all these different things, running after them, and yeah, it's quite interesting to watch because she's dealing in a world that I'm not seeing, but she's seeing. So. And that does happen to the human as well. I've taken 2 grams. Actually, it was a little under 2 grams internally, and I was out for about 48 hours. I was I was unfunctionable, but I needed to know the response.
Yeah, I asked you about that before. You said your children were riding you around and stuff, and you don't remember it.
Oh, like a horse, yeah. My sweetheart Maria, because she knows that I need to find out, because I get her to take notes and record me, because I need to see the behavioral response with my body and who I am and under those conditions. Because I'm learning too, you know. I talk to scientists that get these $1 million grants. I don't get a grant, man. So I'm doing and they're doing their test on mouse and rats, which don't really talk to you. So when I do these tests on myself, I'm a living human being. And I've taken my body to a place where I don't know where the cannabis took me, man. I'm still trying to figure it out. And it's been a year later since I did that test. I still today don't know what happened to my body, because the effects of my body lasted about 2 weeks after that. Wow. And the effects were good effects, about how my body was responding, how perky it was after those 2 days of rest. Just everything, skin tone, eyes, the shakiness of the hands at that age, because I'm 50 years old, 49 then. You know, just everything changed. You could see a noticeable difference. Something did take place that had an effect for 2 weeks after that big dose. More research.
It's
More research.
I'll volunteer for that. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, look, I'm telling you, if I gave you 150 milligrams of THC with a full spectrum, and I put you in a light deprivation tank,
I don't know.
yeah, and then you'll understand what happens when you first take the 150 milligrams, and you're laying there. Within the 5 minutes of you laying there, you start to forget about the body. You're floating on buoyancy water, seawater, 50-50. So you're not submerged. The water's the same temperature as your mother's womb. So what it's doing, it's within 5 to 10 minutes, the body changes a program. It's really interesting. The actual brain actually is so desensitized, it doesn't register the body anymore.
They did this with ketamine, right? In like
Yeah. I'm telling you to do this with cannabis. I'm going to show you something here. I have healed a lot of people with this one. I'm going to tell you what will heal everything and a bad attitude. You get yourself in a light deprivation tank, and of course, do this a lot before you actually get yourself in one of these things. What will happen within the first 5 minutes, you'll have this tingle sensation go out throughout the body. It's your endocannabinoid system that's being awakened. So you'll have this vibration, and then you're going to feel vibrating throughout the entire body. You may open your eyes because it's probably going to freak you out, but you won't see anything. You won't see nothing move because it's all internal. There's a frequency running through the endocannabinoid system. It's a vibrato. It's shaky. It's really incredible. It's interesting. That's all I can say. Within about 25 minutes to 30 minutes, you're going to have a light show under your eyelids, and this light show may, and I don't want to give you preconception ideas of what's going to happen next, but let's put it this way. You're going to have a lot of memories come up from your hippocampus, long-term memory, and then it will go into your short-term memory. And then after you get into the 35 to 45 minute mark, hang on, because it's going to be a ride.
This is without the cannabinoids or with it?
That's with it. That's 150 milligrams of THC you've consumed.
Well, you need a coach because it sounds a little bit like this thing that they used to call rebirthing. And it helped to have a coach because of the stuff that comes up. You're reliving your birth or something, there's weird stuff.
Yeah. There is, but you know what? It's really interesting. Cannabis
and the thing is, you don't want to embrace that, and you want to breathe your way through it. It helps to have a coach.
Yeah. You know what?
You don't want to embrace catharsis. That's what it is.
No. That's a beautiful thing. Yeah, but see, with cannabis, it's all determined to the dosage of the person on the level that your acceptance is. So if you've never used cannabis, I would say take 5 milligrams. And do the light deprivation tank. Wow. Then do it again, double it. The next time you do a light deprivation tank, same dosage, but double it, 10 milligrams.
How do you, what do you do to take 10 milligrams? You just eat that, put it under your tongue?
No. If you took a TreatWell product that was based on dosage, that means it would be 20 drops.
20 drops? Oh, it's a tincture. Yeah,
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So, you can work out your dosage.
Do you keep that under your tongue or just drink it down?
Absolutely. Just put it under your tongue. Sit it in your mouth for at least 5 minutes because you want it going through your nervous system. Yeah, through your gums, through your ganglions, through your blood-brain barrier. So when it goes through, bypasses through the liver and all that, 5 milligrams, 10 milligrams, then I wouldn't double the 10 milligrams. Then I'd go back to 15. Then check out the 15 mark because that's the sweet spot for someone that's around about 120 pounds to 160 pounds. And then find out where it happens from there. Now, if your journey is really nice in the tank at 15 milligrams, just keep it at that. You're not proving anything to anyone here. It's all about understanding the cannabinoid system. That's what you're doing this for, to understand a system in your body you've never been spoken about. Nobody. It's like a fucking new language. It's like me talking Chinese to you.
How do you get this tank? That's a
You go on
special
higher.
thing, isn't
You
it?
yeah no you there's many light deprivation tanks, sleep tanks, or water tanks where you can go and do an hour tank sitting, or you can do a 2-hour tank sitting.
Wow.
All I say to people, just be very hygienic. Please shower before you go in one. I say that to everyone. Everyone's just got to look after everyone. They do have big filters. It is salt water. But I say shower before you go in there. Don't urinate in there. And stuff like that. Just, because everyone else is going to be using that tank as well. But they go through a special sand filter and then a HEPA filter and just a lot of safety gear. So it's not like you're sleeping or you're sitting in someone else's fluid of, whatever. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, the tanks are amazing. The tanks are absolutely amazing. And even if you don't do cannabis in the tank, that's fine. You don't need to. But all I want people to do is I want people to experience about something that they've got in their body that they've never been told about.
What if you doubled that with the hyperbaric chamber idea and a light deprivation tank all in one? Wouldn't that be awesome?
Yeah, that would be good. Yeah, that would be good. Yeah, look, yeah, for healing bones and shit, I love that
Yeah,
stuff.
for healing. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, most definite. But then again, you got to watch it. Those pressurized tanks, a small dosage will be magnified.
Yeah. Then you got to change your THC dose probably.
Oh, most definite. Yeah. Things work a little different under pressure, man. It's just like if you had a shot of alcohol above sea level and then go way down, things change, dude.
Is that really? They put in a hyperbaric chamber is actually pressurized? I thought it would still be the same air, regular pressure.
No. Because what it's doing, it's forcing material through the barrier.
It's extra
The skin
oxygen rich,
barrier,
right?
and it's pushing it through the bone, through the ligaments. It's just like if you have a torn ligament, you get no blood flow through a ligament.
Right.
So if you have like a torn Achilles, if you go into one of those tanks, your recovery rate will be just fucking off the planet.
The hyperbaric chamber, yeah. Sports injury people use those, don't they?
Fucking unbelievable, man. Yeah. See, unbelievable. Again, I used to do a bit of sport and a lot of really bad injuries, and I used those light deprivation tanks that I used, and simple techniques. But yeah, I wish I knew about those pressurized tanks, man. That would have been great.
I was looking at how to make your own vacuum chamber on YouTube with a glass and a vacuum pump and a flat surface. The smartest one had used the table.
You can make a vacuum pump. It's just like if you got a 6-inch.
I have the pump.
Pipe.
I just want to make the chamber.
Well, when you look at it, if you got a 6-inch pipe at 10 feet long, and if you have a total seal on when you pull that plug back, you're going to create a vacuum within that 10 feet by 6-inch pipe. You'd be amazed on the vacuum you just created. And then you'll have a hose leading off the top of that pipe with a turn tap. And whatever you taking a vacuum from, you turn that tap, and then it's going to expel that air in that container and take it into that 6-inch by 10-inch pipe. You understand what I'm saying?
You make like a spitball gun, a giant spitball gun, and then suck the air.
You got it,
out.
man. You got it.
Huh. And then that gives you a little chamber within a chamber type of thing?
Yeah. Just look on YouTube, man. It's a university out there for creating wacky vacuum pumps, man. I mean, it's crazy shit, man.
And then inside that chamber, one guy had like a water bottle with some water in it, and of course the water bottle leaked enough to boil the water inside the vacuum chamber because of the water sucked out of the bottle also, but it kept it within the bottle is the idea. So I was thinking you use a chamber within a chamber to Intercepting whatever you're trying to do. I don't even know. I just want to put different stuff in there and see what happens.
Vacuums are so interesting, brother. They really are. Dave, it's a wild world,
They
man.
are, and I'm intrigued because I already have an industrial type vacuum pump for making vacuum bagging technology.
Yeah, it's great, man. Vacuum's such a strange thing, and I don't even believe what they're telling us about vacuum either.
It is strange, isn't it?
It is.
I wouldn't doubt it now that you're bringing it up. I wouldn't doubt that the official story has some sort of flaw in it. That if you pick through it long enough, about what they're telling us, how it works.
But it's like our system. You know, your human body is a vacuum. Did you know that?
No, but I've heard that we're actually gas
you're a closed
solid
system.
Form.
Yeah, but you're a closed system. Did you know that?
Oh, that. Yeah. Our skin is like the outer layer. Sort of,
yeah, but
it's a porous.
Yeah, but you've got an inlet and an outlet, and it's closed in between. The body's amazing, man. How whoever created this fucking body is so smart, but so simple too.
It would have a vacuum because it's breathing air in and breathing out. That's the pump. Yeah, that's making a vacuum somewhere probably. Huh.
But there's all different pressures within the body. There's a different pressure within your liver. There's a different pressure within your cerebral fluid in your back. I mean, if you look at this body, it is, man, I'm blown away every time I look at this body and how it deals with everything, man. It's an amazing machine, man.
I never thought of that angle of breathing. You're actually keeping a vacuum pump going somewhere, I bet you.
Oh no, you are. You're pressurized. Somehow. There's.
It's one side. It's both. It's both sides.
Yeah, and it's amazing how the heart works too. It's a great vacuum. How it's dividing pressure and sealing those valves off, and then you have this electromagnetic pulse going through the heart. And that's why I say, guys, you got to fucking take your shoes off.
Yeah.
You got to take your shoes off in a forest. And I know this sounds really stupid. Go and hug a fucking tree. And do it for fucking half an hour. And don't think about anything. And then you'll understand about charge. We talk about 5 senses. You've been lied to, Dave. There's more than 5 senses.
That must be why the children climbed this tree in our front yard the other day. It was like they all just sat in that tree all day. That was like they were all out of school and they did all day.
Yeah, isn't that amazing?
To get that. They didn't even know why they wanted to hug that tree.
Isn't that interesting, dude? It's interesting, huh?
Yeah, it was a monkey pod tree that has sprung into life in my foot. Underneath the power lines. I consider it due to the organite. There were a lot of birds living there earlier, and they dropped the seed. Everything's growing like crazy. More so than it used to.
Yeah. Hey, I'm going to be back in 5 minutes, guys. I just got a call to take care of. So,
sure.
And it's probably a good break, Larry. I got to apologize, mate, I just got to say it again. I apologize that I talk too much. I've just been bottled up for 5 years. And I know that, man, I've just got so much that I just want to pop off to you guys, and I'm just going to gradually do it and not bullshit too much. Hopefully I can make some common sense out of the 5 years of shit that I've discovered.
Actually, it's actually been quite well, Anthony, and the response in the chat is actually they're going back and rewatching parts of this later after we're done, and very, very. And so, no apology necessary. I've been listening.
Yeah, because you know what, Larry, all we want to do, man, is we just want to leave a nice legacy for our generations to come, because I guarantee you may not see this, Larry, but I'm very much an observer of realities, just asshole people and just nice people. But this group that we're in, this is going to teach a lot of generations, man. You watch what comes out of this, because there's people that know there's shit about guns, about nursing, bringing up children, cooking, healing, gardening. The earth is fucking flat. I mean, we're getting a good group of people together, brother. This is awesome.
Yeah, I love it.
Oh man. Anyway, speaking, I'll see you in 10 minutes, guys.
Great talking to you. Here goes Anthony. So what's new, Larry? You been get those roofs done before all the rain hit?
Yeah, everything's closed in. You know, the
Wow,
stuff
that
that
was good.
I got deluged here before, and of course my gutter started leaking. I started having water come into the garage, which it does when it gets really heavy. And of course, the guy that builds houses has water in his garage of all people. And I'm like, ah. So
That's where you are, right? Your garage.
yeah. And I quickly in between the rain, I excused myself real quick and went outside and unclogged it. There's a really nice tree, actually. It's my favorite. It's called the river birch, and it's white, and it's the bark exfoliates on it. Prone against, there's actually a birch borer, which is like basically a worm that goes through where I live in this part, and basically chews out like the marrow of the tree, the ornamental tree, and kills it. This one's prone to that, and planted it when it was, and it's got four stalks coming out, and gorgeous tree, love it, and started out between 8 and 10 foot tall, and now it tops. Oh, it almost hits the peak roof at about 24 foot tall, 28 foot tall.
That's a big
It's right over the top of the gutter, and of course all the leaves get in there, so it's almost like you have to clean it weekly if you get a storm because it all plugs up in there.
That's what that monkey pod tree sends all these shoots out when it's blooming. Then the pods get dropped off once they're done blooming, and then it starts sending out the shoots, and it's got the leaves, which are just small, like it takes 100 leaves to make up one big section of leaves type of thing.
Right.
And so those things are constantly everywhere, and that thing is going to have to be, dealt with. It's just popped up out of nowhere, basically, and now it's a huge tree. I've already called the
That's awesome.
power department once, and they trimmed a couple of branches. Because what it is the lower utility lines aren't, it's not dangerous, but the ones up top are the high voltage ones. So they're only
right. Yeah, usually like here, we usually have telephone and then cable television, and then of course higher up, then you would have the power at the very top.
And it has like, if you look at where it touches the poles, it has like little danger symbols and those ceramic or glass connector things. What do you call it? Insulators?
Yeah, they call them insulators. Yep.
That stuff means business. That's power coming from like 10 miles away in my case. The source is a little around 10 miles, probably.
Yeah, and actually, and then the transformer they have, and it could be any, transformers could be on the ground, underground
there are
cable.
stations along the way, and so what that kind of that kind of holds the power like a little sort of you could draw from it when you're low and store it when it's too high type of thing.
I don't know if it stores the power. I'd have to ask my buddy who's an electrician.
It handles too much power, like. If nobody's using power, but they're pumping power, and what are they? Is that what the transformer's for?
I think it's more of a boosting station to boost the power to supply more to more residential homes or farms or buildings or what have you, and it's like a boosting, kind of like you would have the transformer on a telephone pole outside your yard or perhaps on the ground if it's underground, and that there's actually an oil in there. It's an electrical like a dielectric oil. Well, that would be grease, dielectric grease. It's a certain kind of oil that's in there. Recharges the electric to get it up to whatever you have, a 200 amp service, 100 amp service, or commercial and so forth and so on. It actually, it's like a supercharger in a vehicle. You get to a certain point, you hit the gas, and boom, and then you take. So I'm not sure how to describe it other than describing it that way. I'm not an electrician. Yeah. I don't like electric.
What do they call that thing? It's a device that kind of stores power a little bit and collects it, and like you could shock yourself on it after something's turned off because that thing stores power. It's a similar name to transformer, I thought, but anyway.
I'm not sure of that one.
That I thought it might be something like that to regulate, you know, the because how do they know? I always wondered. How do they know how much power to pump out? Like the line goes like 50 miles or whatever from the station, and they just have generators pumping out electricity. And I was just like, where would it go if it got all the way to the end and it didn't get used along the way or whatever? And I thought that was some kind of a device, you know, like I was talking about, a storage device or something.
I would think that they would have a regulator which would handle the draw, which would mean the draw, which would mean the usage on the end. If the draw gets higher, obviously another system
Condenser.
would
Do they call it a condenser? Maybe, I don't know.
could be a condenser, yeah. Very similar to like a water condenser, similar
Because
situation.
like on a laptop or maybe other computers, you used to have a battery to maintain your BIOS and everything. But then they took it up, made it so it doesn't use a battery. It has like a condenser that stores enough electricity or something to maintain your BIOS while you're shut down and stuff. At least that's the way it is on the laptops I've come across. And then I had this old laptop that it wouldn't start up unless you disconnected the power, a dead battery. If it had a dead BIOS battery, it wouldn't start unless you disconnected the battery. And then it would just start up with the time being off and stuff like that. I mean, because it wouldn't store that information.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Come to think of it, that may have been the first laptop I had, which I used more for presentation, like slideshow for different jobs we did and stuff. That was on a laptop from probably '99 or 2000, and it's similar. When the battery went dead, there's nothing you could do. That's it. It's over and lost all the.
No, you changed the battery. They sold them. They were in fact, on a tower, it looked like a watch battery. In fact, went down to the drugstore and that's where you would buy it.
I might have to try that. That particular one unfortunately has been destroyed. I still have the hard drive out of it. I could probably just. That reminds me too. I got my friend, my computer guy, actually has my hard drive for that. I got to get that back and then see if I can upload it to the laptop I have, which I'm sure I'm sure there's a way to do that.
Are you trying to just get certain files off of it?
Yeah, there was a lot of the work that I had done over the years, which came out really, really nice. You know, different anything building wise, just buildings or outdoor patios and decks.
Do you still have the program running on a different computer?
No, it was actually just pictures that I had taken, and I put them all into a slideshow.
Oh, that's pictures. Okay. Yeah, those are universal.
Yeah. I had like 100 photos of jobs that I had done and everything, and it was nice because you go to a customer's house, they want to see different things that you've done, or different contact lists to references and different things, and I had pretty much everything right there. I just would like to get that off of that hard drive.
That should be no problem as long as the hard drive still spins up. They make a cable that goes directly. You don't even need a housing.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's you sell them on Amazon or different places, and it's a direct cable that goes even to USB on one end, which is what you got now, most likely. Probably number 3 if you got a fairly decent computer. And it switches.
Yeah, the laptop.
Yeah, you just buy the one that's for your kind of hard drive, whatever interface it is. If it's a, what's the one they have now, or they used to have an older one that's different? I don't know. You know what they're called? Anyway, they have hard drive names of different interfaces that over the years, but the modern one is, I can't remember it right now. IDE is the old one, I know that. So then they switched it to some other type of, 3-letter type of thing.
Gotcha. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, you just have to know the interface name of your hard drive that you're trying to hook to your new computer, and then you just get that cable. Or you might have an old external hard case. Yeah,
I think I still have the original. Not only directions, the original CD load disc and everything else. So it's I have the information, just a matter of getting it grabbing the hard drive and seeing if I can connect and re-upload those photos and stuff. I think I could do it. I didn't realize there was a cable that actually did that, so I'll have to check that out.
There's a lot of ways to hook hard drives to computers. I mean, you might be talking about an external hard drive that all you just hook up and go.
Yeah. So how about the chat? That was pretty cool, actually.
Chat, let me
Anthony
look at
jumped
chat.
in.
I didn't pop it out or something. I'm lost. What I missed?
Oh, well, the chat's enjoying. I renamed it because Anthony was he did a follow up after the video he did with Antonio and Lindsay, and Anthony was there and went.
I've missed everything, actually. I'm completely clueless. You shouldn't even have me here because I missed both of those shows you're referring to. I just came on in the end of yours. Or, I don't know.
It's okay. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's more of a little more in depth of a description if you want. It's kind of like a Q&A, and some of the questions in chat and just reading them off. It's actually been quite nice, and Anthony's been patient enough and gone over like a plethora of information, just jotting stuff down as he's going.
Yeah, because you have been taking pics out there saying that the term tree hugger as being negative is like a psyop, basically. If you want to paraphrase what she said, I think.
Yeah, there's so many different things.
There, have people stay away from trees. Yeah, if it's negative, you go, oh yeah, I'm going to get away from trees. The tree hugger's negative, right? But that's what you call liberals. Some of these, a couple coworkers, man, you should hear them going. They're conservatives or whatever. They're Trump lovers or whatever. I don't know if they're lovers of Trump. One of them's a gun guy. But anyway, there's definitely people out there that do not like liberals, and they just really have some bad. It's kind of the N word for them, in some ways.
Gotcha. Yeah, and I used to use the term with tree hugger as well, and I refer to it just like you said, Dave, as liberal and everything else, and come to find out that I perhaps, instead of just regurgitating what someone else said, should have perhaps looked into it a little bit more, and maybe I would have had a little bit more education on it to use the term properly when necessary, which is really not necessary if you think about it.
It is. I remember we used to always love to climb trees when we were little. We had I was lucky, my neighbor across the street, same age, had a couple of nice these live oak trees that had branches going every which way, and they were real strong, and he had a swing on one, and you'd stand on a branch on a different tree. And, I was actually scared to do it at first. And all kind of stuff. We'd spend the whole day sitting in those trees.
Yeah, which is cool when you brought up before. It brought back memories of the tree forts or the tree stands and stuff. I used to do.
Now it makes sense as why we would want to do that.
We had some feedback there on you, Dave. So. Yeah, Dave, you got a lot of static there, and I can't even hear you. So maybe it's your cord or something.
The aliens are attacking. They're attacking. They're jamming our signal.
Did that do anything?
Yeah, it's better.
Oh, thank goodness you defeated the aliens. Project Bluebeam.
Are the aliens taken care of for right now?
Yep, for right now we're good.
Yep, sounds good. Sounds good.
Just what do you think you're doing, Dave? That's from a movie called 2001 Space Odyssey. Is it? Yeah, Odyssey, right? And you know what? There's a sound bite that they use in a Pink Floyd song. Of that. Yeah, just what I'm pretty sure they're talking about. It's a sound bite from when they're dismantling HAL 5000 or whatever it is. I don't know what song it is. I think it's the newer Pink Floyd without Roger Waters. I'm not 100% on that. Used to be a big
Yeah.
Pink Floyd fan.
Oh yeah, I enjoy the Roger Waters stuff. He actually just well, it's probably well now it's probably 4 or 5 months ago. He did a live. It was streamed live on YouTube through someone's channel, and he did the live concert and everything. It was pretty cool just to see him out there still, obviously different band and everything, and just playing his old tunes was pretty cool.
He's out on tour probably this summer, wasn't he?
It was actually in the spring, early spring.
I thought that was a prelude to a whole. He was going to be touring the whole summer.
Yeah, I believe you're correct. I think he's still traveling around. Just doing live shows and different things.
He's an old guy. He's like in his 70s, I think.
Hey, he looks pretty good for all the stuff that he did. Because he sings about it.
CBDs.
Could very well be. Could very well be.
Could be, yeah.
I wouldn't put it past him.
The other stuff that we were covering earlier, like last month, was MMS.
Yes. Yeah, I remember. Mm-hmm.
So it turns out that for me to buy that sodium chlorite, I had a couple of choices, but it was kind of hard to track down. But I could order a 55-gallon drum from China, apparently, if I could navigate through all that and had the money for it, and then actually sell it, break it down in containers and sell it. The sodium chlorite, but it's a water purifier.
How much is the 55-gallon drum?
It was in Chinese, and I didn't send them an email, but I got the link from Amazon, so I mean, I could easily get there.
Crazy.
Huh.
It said, it made it kind of said and implied that it would sell just one drum of it, and it showed pictures of drums, and gave the break. It's a percentage that they sell you.
Yeah, I just wonder if the FBI will show up at your door shortly after you get your delivery of a 55-gallon drum. All right.
But it's just for my swimming pool, sir. What's the big deal?
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, for my swimming pool, that would be fun.
It really is a water purifier. It's a kick-ass water purifier. I think it's so useful that it's crazy, even if you don't drink it. It's a sanitizer. You use it for your countertops, everything. I mean, it's just amazing stuff. But so you had to eventually, through Amazon, I was able to order some from Turkey, and it's going to take a month to get here. And people had said, yeah, that is, it was what they said it was, or whatever, You know how you read the ratings and stuff? But I saw the same stuff on eBay, and I tried to buy it there.
Right.
And it wouldn't. It kept saying, oh, they're not taking payments right now.
They're not taking payment. That's funny.
Yeah, that's what it said.
Well, they probably hadn't received their 55-gallon drum just yet.
No, it was the exact same stuff from Amazon where I was able to place my order. And they haven't emailed back yet and said, that was a mistake or whatever.
It ships from the same manufacturer?
Turkey. Yeah. From Turkey. It's just like a small 2-gallon pail, not a 55-gallon.
Wait a minute, they're shipping it through Turkey to get all the way down by you?
That's the only source that you can actually go online for an American or whatever.
Oh, okay.
That I found. I may have gone, somebody else might do a search and go, why'd you do that? There's one over here for like $7. Are you crazy? And then it takes 2 days. I didn't find that.
Right.
Because I guarantee you 2 pounds of that stuff from a 55-gallon drum is probably like $1 worth or something, it's sodium chlorite. It's not like this crazy ass chemical. It's almost like salt. In fact, it's part salt. It's 12% salt.
Oh yeah, well the first thing in there is sodium.
No, I'm saying it's only 80% sodium chlorite, and then they break down the rest of the ingredients, and 12% of them is regular salt. So then there's another 8% that's random shit, which didn't seem too good to me, but I guess hopefully it'll be okay. I figure that stuff might settle to the bottom of the water because all you do is stir it up in water.
Okay.
They tell you like how many, weigh it out. I don't know, you get a digital scale, you know, you weigh it out, and then they tell you that makes a certain percentage of MMS. But I mean, you should test it probably with a parts per million tester, which I don't have one of those, but
Yeah,
they didn't seem like you would die. You won't die if you don't do that, so whatever. If you just follow their instructions, you know, it's basically like just by a digital scale, you just mix it up by weight.
yeah, and with so many people finding out, and you know, perhaps trying to make a quick buck or a quick dollar off it, or whatever currency you want to use, and putting stuff out there that's really not the genuine article. It's just could be anything. Could be like just sugar water or some kind of salt water, you know, mixture or something.
Yeah,
just trying to make money off.
That's right. I'm sure that's happened.
Yeah, just
they had that before in the past. They were called snake oil salesmen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
But then the pharmaceutical companies kind of became the snake oil salesmen in some ways. I don't know, maybe not, but
I was
they
just
also
going to add that.
people, you know. So what are you going to do?
Yeah, I just had a discussion, a little bit of a side note about all the pills that people are on anymore, and I don't vitamin and different things. I'm talking about these muscle relaxer painkillers and all these different things, and all this garbage and everything. And I was having a conversation with a friend who I've known for some time, and I'm like, can you tell me, within all the circles of everybody that you're around, can you tell me anyone that is not taking pill number 1? And I don't mean like a vitamin C or a nutrient vitamin or a one a day healthy type of thing, which we're told are healthy. I'm talking about the other kind, like the perks and the Xanax and all these other things. You can write a whole list, and we could fill this whole watch page and chat with just writing names, which is not necessary. And she got back to me later. She says, I only know one person that doesn't take any of that. Besides you, she said, because I don't take any of that.
That's funny. I'm one. I don't take those pills.
Say it again, Mark. I didn't hear you.
I said I agree. I'm one. I don't take those pills. No way. Don't like them.
I think you ought to dip some cannabis oil, just like a certain small amount of cannabis oil on one of your cigars there, Larry, and just give it a try.
I'll tell you what. I'm leaning more towards that. I was a big one to say no.
But do it a specified dosage. Go through like a qualified guy or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Or somebody like Anthony, where I run an idea past him or certain, and I'm sure he would guide the correct way and start.
Are you guys allowed to buy those oils in New Jersey, or like here you need a license to buy that shit, but nobody really sells it here.
Yeah, the oils and stuff. I think are a no at this point. I know they just recently okayed for medical use, and that's about as far as they went. The laws here in New Jersey are like the worst anywhere. You can start and go alphabetically through everything, and I used to refer to this as Little Russia growing up, and this is before Russia came out from behind the Iron Curtain, because everything you did here, it was crazy. You would need permit for this, permit for that. Can't do this, can't do. It's crazy. The amount of restrictions and laws and everything is crazy.
Did you ever see the movie Nothing But Trouble with Chevy Chase, Dan Aykroyd, and John Candy?
Probably some years ago. I remember the title, and I've seen the actor.
There's this county in New Jersey.
I don't remember.
Nothing But Trouble. There's this county in New Jersey. They're driving from New York City trying to go somewhere and on a shortcut, and they end up in this weird place where he gets a speeding ticket, or no, it was a ticket for not a complete stop. John Candy's the cop, and it's Valkenvania or so. Valkenvania, I think it is, where they're at. And they have the Dan Aykroyd's the judge, and they had
for a nose.
Yep, And they had that one
I
rap
remember that.
band. What was the name of that band that he pulls out his organ and he's jamming with them, like his synthesizer. He pulls that out from behind on the bench. He's the judge
Hold
on
on.
the bench.
Get IMDb up. Hold on.
And those guys, it was a guy with a big nose. What was their names? Anyway, yeah, it was a weird thing. Just all kind of weirdness. They stripped his car down and
Nothing But Trouble, 1991. Chevy Chase, Dan Aykroyd.
Demi Moore.
Yep, Demi Moore and John Candy.
I see.
Wow.
I became a John Candy fan because he died, right? And his, you know, the last movie he was working on when he died was Wagons East, and that movie has the government going after people that are trying to go change their lifestyle and move back from the west to the east.
Yep.
But it's a comedy, so you don't realize how like serious a thing that is that they're doing as a comedy. Because they hire like all kind of the worst element, like the government does, to try to stop these guys.
Oh, that was the Humpty Dance. I know you're talking about.
The Humpty, yep, the Humpty Hump. They do the Humpty Dance. Dan Aykroyd plays synth with them.
What the hell's his name? Oh
But
man,
some
what
other guys are like, they get chopped up into bits. They were some drunken, they had ice or whatever, some speed, I think.
Oh boy, the Humpty Dance. Holy crap. Now,
But since
try to get that song.
Since those guys did the Humpty Dance, they got to go free. They were on their way.
I think I remember parts of that now. It's been a long time since I saw that. I recall parts of
Digital
that.
Underground.
That was a band, yeah.
It's just a weird movie that I remembered
Real weird
about.
movie.
And somehow a copy came to me recently. Yeah, DVD of it. But just at that time, my DVD player stopped working. But I watched like half of it when I first got it. Again, rewatched it. Yeah. DVDs, you can pump through the scenes, and because if you've already watched a movie, you can just pump through and find what you're looking, the interesting scenes.
Yeah, that's what's nice about them versus the old VHS tapes, or even the Sony Beta tape, which only was there for a couple of years.
Our days of rewinding are gone, man. We used to have to rewind cassette tapes a lot, too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Of course, 8-tracks never needed rewinding, but they had breaks in the middle of the songs and shit.
I'm old enough for 8-tracks. I remember those. They're in my old man's car.
I still have, I think, I only have like one 8-track or maybe two left. One of them is Queen, the game with the band Queen. It came out, I think it was 1980 that came out.
What band?
Queen.
Queen with Freddie Mercury.
Queen. Oh, Freddie Mercury.
Freddie Mercury, yeah. I think they did another one. Bites the Dust was that debut album.
Yeah. You know, how did people not know he was gay?
I don't know.
I mean,
No one thought about it.
I was like, dude, that dude's gay. My friend was like, absolutely not. He's the singer of Queen. He gets so much tail. I'm like, that dude's gay. Look at him. Listen to him. I mean, it's not that there's anything wrong with that, but you know, why did people try to hide it? You know, I guess I shouldn't say anything because now it's all in your face about it. But,
People don't die of AIDS anymore, do they?
You know, I don't
Whatever
get
they call it.
I'm heterosexual.
You know what I mean? There's people don't die of that AIDS thing or whatever. Remember that? Everybody, it was a death sentence when you tested positive for AIDS or whatever.
Yeah,
Wow,
it was
fiery plane crash in California today on the highway.
On the highway, a plane hit the road.
Cell phone video shows bystanders rushing to pull the pilot and passenger to safety. Pilot said engine failed before fiery freeway crash. Amazing cell phone footage. Perfect. He flew right over the car pretty much and crashed it. Burst into flames. I guess if he lived, that's amazing. Closes nation's busiest highway.
How many people died in cars?
Oh, I'm sure a lot of people die in cars.
In this particular wreck, I mean.
Oh, nobody. Nobody. Didn't even
They
hit
didn't
a
wreck
car.
any cars, huh?
Nope.
Wow. That's no good.
Yeah,
They did that wrong.
Body
I
of
shouldn't laugh. I
Belgian
shouldn't laugh about that.
backpacker
Sorry.
found half eaten by lizards on mysterious Thai island. What? On Turtle Island, major attraction for tourists. Death Island is what they call it.
People are getting eaten by lizards?
What the fuck kind of lizards they got?
Maybe they're dragons.
Oh,
Komodo
Komodo
dragons.
Yeah, that I wouldn't call that a lizard.
Yeah, you gotta watch out. You mentioned the dragons a couple of times, and Pillbox will show back up.
Uh-oh. Dragon.
Yeah,
I haven't heard or seen a pillbox in a while.
I got nothing.
he came in earlier, Dave, actually, and he was in only for a moment, and I went to say, hey, Pill, and he dropped out, and
He said his
I thought he
connection
had-
was shit.
yeah, so perhaps we'll be back or something. Always welcome. Always a good time.
I have to bid my adieu and drive back to Paia.
Oh, okay, Dave. Well, it's great to have you as always. Always welcome. Also,
Yeah, it was great to be here, and that's a lot of interesting information that Mr. Anthony has over there, isn't it?
Hey,
yeah. And for anybody,
if you want next week,
I'm sorry,
I'll
go
do a seminar on automotive.
Automotive seminar.
Yeah.
Can we go through changing exhaust oxygen sensors?
Whatever you want to know.
All right. I'll see you.
actually, that's a pretty cool topic. Also,
We'll be back with another installment. Aloha.
yeah, exactly.
Later, Davey.
Yeah, coming at you next week.
I see.
Yeah,
Yeah,
take it
and,
up,
and
Dave.
then the week after that, we'll talk about roofing and buying homes, what to look for, foundations. Right, Larry? You can
Yeah,
help
make sure-
people with that for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's right up my alley. I'll tell you, even though I had a little water in the garage because I didn't clean the gutter, I'll say first thing you do is clean the gutters.
Yep. And I don't know, I was told to try and go, when you go look at a house, try to do it after it just rained or it's raining.
Yeah, that's always a plus. Also, yes.
To see if, hey, what the hell is this? Oh, look, the water runs right into the freaking garage.
Yep.
Yeah.
Where you can tell, ceiling leak or obvious. Some of them are very obvious. If it's been leaking for a while, you'll see it. If you look at the ceiling, you'll see it in the sheetrock. It'll have a water stain or something. Or
Oh, right. Okay. Yep. Gotcha.
yeah. Or be wary if everything. Oh, we just had everything repainted. And, there's different products that you can use to hide all those water stains and everything. That sort of thing. Typically, you can hear it. I mean, if you're in a house and you do it very quietly, the real estate agent's in a different room and everything, and you walk in and it's raining and it's pouring, and you're in a different room, you can actually hear the drip where it actually hits the top of the sheetrock, even if it doesn't show because they've redone it. You can tell. You just listen. Best way I could say it.
I understand. No, it's true.
So did you get any? You get any of that storm up by you or no? Because I actually got the sun here now.
No, it got dark, a couple drops, and that's it. I'm hoping the sun comes back out so I can go outside and screw my car.
Oh, good. Yeah. The sun it's popped out now. Of course, it's later, 7:30, so I could see it on the tops of the trees as it's heading westward bound right now.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm gonna start. I was plastic dipping, vinyl coating.
Yeah.
I'm doing the wheels black, and I'm gonna do the whole car. I want to do it in a light blue, but everybody's like, light blue, and I'm like, light blue with black wheels looks cool. So but I'm probably gonna end up doing this color purple. It's called. It's like a purplish bluish color, and you just spray the shit on. It's so awesome to work with.
Really?
Oh yeah, it's so easy. As long as you put about a 2 mil thickness, maybe 3 at the least, because when you want to take it off, if you don't like it, you just peel it right the hell off.
Wow, it's pretty cool. It's kind of like the rhino lining they use in the beds.
Yeah. You can do that too, but that stuff's heavy and thick. This stuff, obviously you don't want to add more weight to the car, but
right.
It could transform the car in a second, and it's good for at least. I mean, hell, my wheels have had it on there for 5 years now, and they look fine.
Wow, that's pretty.
I drive it through the car wash too. You can drive it through the car wash.
That's pretty good, especially with all the salt and cinders and all the the winter times as well.
Yeah.
Having the rims and everything, that's pretty
cool. A new car, you can protect your paint, and when you go to sell it, you peel this stuff off, and your car looks brand freaking spanking new.
It's pretty cool.
It'll look like it never had any miles on it. People are like, "What? Where was this stored?"
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I tell all my friends who buy Jeeps and stuff, I'm like, you should plasti dip that thing. What is that? And I tell them, and there's all different colors, and Jeeps look cool in a flat green, flat gray. They look neat like that. And like I said, when you get rid of it, pull it off, and that Jeep's pristine. No scratches, no nothing. You lay it on, like I said, about 3 mils thick, 4 mils thick, and protect you from stone chips, all kinds of stuff. You can even get clear and just tape off the nose of your vehicle and spray it on and protect it from chips and bugs and crap like that, damaging it.
Oh, that's a good idea too with the clear coat. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah. Or if you want to go old school, like let's say you got an old Camaro or something, tape off the nose and use black, and it looks like an old bra. Remember how the bras were in the 80s?
Oh yeah. I actually had one on the car as well.
And they were the worst because they damaged the shit out of the paint.
Yep. Yeah, between the rub marks, on it, or just the coloration difference. Especially if you had a car that inside a little,
stay in there and then move around, it was like sandpapering your nose.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you can do. They have colors like my friend and I, we did his one car clear. Then him and his brother did his daughter's car in pink. Put a pink bra on the nose, and it protects it.
Yeah, if you put that on, if you put the poly, for lack of or the what you're talking about, that on first, and then put the bra over the top, it would probably save it, of course.
Yeah, it probably would. The stuff's good, dude. You can do your exhaust tips if you want. Like you want to be different and have colored exhaust tips. The stuff's good to 375 degrees. It won't melt.
No kidding. Yeah, that used to be a problem, especially your undercoat or something. You get it on the exhaust, and all of a sudden it's could start a fire if you're not careful.
Yeah, I did mine in black. My truck is black.
Pipe. That's cool.
I sprayed the pipe because it doesn't get hot enough back there to doesn't get to 350 degrees. I mean, your exhaust manifolds and headers, you're probably most average vehicles are running at 450 to 475 degrees right there. So at the back end, it's much cooler, below 350. So it doesn't bother it. You can do, like I said, I did the tips. You do all kinds of stuff. You could spray, black out all your nameplates and emblems. That looks cool. That's a nice touch. Make the car look like yours, And it's so easy to work with. You don't cut it or trim it. Like, let's say you're going to do a nameplate. Let's say you got, what kind of car you got?
I've got two. I got a GMC Yukon, and then I have a small little S10 pickup.
All right. So let's say you go to the GMC and you go on the back and you want to black out the bow tie. You take some tape around it, maybe like an inch or so, and paper so you don't get any overspray on anything. I mean, and overspray is easy because once it dries, you rub it and it'll come off. But
cool.
What you do is you make a little border about an inch around what you're going to black out. You spray it. You do your good 9-10 coats so it's nice and thick on it. Wait about 35-40 minutes, and then pull the tape up, and the remaining vinyl spray that is laid around your item, you just peel that up, and it will perfectly tear at the edge of the nameplate. You don't cut it with a razor blade. You just let it get to about that point, and because it's naturally thinner on the bend where the nameplate hits the surface of the vehicle, it's thinner there. When you gently pull it, it will tear itself right along that and leave a perfect edge, better than you could do with a razor.
Huh.
Yeah, it's so simple to work with, so easy to work with. And then if you want it to have a glossy flatness to it, you lay it on very wet coats. If you want it to be very flat, you do very light coats, and let it flash over, then put another coat, let it flash over, put another coat, and do them light and let them dry a little bit in between.
Oh, that's interesting.
And there's a million colors. You can order it by the gallon. You can order it by cans, spray cans. I use cans for wheels and trim components. And then if you're going to do the car, a whole car, you want to buy it by the gallon. You need about 5 gallons for a large size car.
And do you have to mix it kind of like you would with the different?
No, you buy it all pre-colored and everything. And that's another thing. They put pigment throughout the whole batch. Whereas if you do it yourself, you start out with a gallon of clear and then add pigment. You only have half the amount of pigment in there.
Yeah.
And what it does is it affects the color. And later on, if you have to do a touch up or add to it, because if used there, it's all pre-mixed. Every gallon from every gallon is the same black. So you can touch up and do things that won't show. You just use, let's say you get a little chip or a bubble. You take lacquer thinner, rub it on it with your finger, and it'll goo right up. You smooth it out till it's level, let it start to dry, and then spray on a couple more coats, and you won't even see the repair.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I love this stuff. Cool. They do, dude. They spray Ferraris, they spray Rolls Royces and black them all out and stuff. And then these guys, and like I said, it protects your paint, so you can go drive it, and then when you peel it off, the paint has never seen any kind of anything. Like let's say you don't have a garage. I tell people this too. I'm like, you don't have a garage. Plasti dip your car the same color. It will look badass, and it'll protect your paint.
And is the surface, is it smooth also like the paint when you're done, or is it?
Yeah, no, it's smooth.
Huh.
That's ready. What?
Cabinets?
Oh, hey Larry, do you do in-house? Do you do cabinets, kitchens?
$2,100.
Oh yeah, of course.
You do.
Oh sure, yeah.
Might have to get you up here. We need a kitchen.
Oh yeah, no problem at all. No problem at all. I've got guys that, pardon me, there's local guys that actually make them from scratch. They take your measurements and make you anything that you can possibly imagine. Of course, they're very expensive, and then you can go to regular cabinets that are pre-made and just measure out the kitchen, install those.
Yeah.
I mean, we've done all those.
From who? Home Depot? Lowe's? Linda?
Oh, I just put cabinets in the car.
She was just pricing $2,100 in cabinet. We have like 4. We have the tiniest kitchen.
Yeah, but that's.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, we need to add a couple. Man, crazy.
Well, I could definitely help with that, or even if it because obviously we came up and you could actually show me the kitchen. There's so many different ways you could do it. Now I could talk you through it or help you into something or measure.
I just want to make sure I'm not being robbed. That's all.
Kyle.
Yeah, well, that actually, Jimmy said the same thing because he was talking about some repairs he was doing up there, and he gave me the price that he was quoted, and I was like, no, that doesn't sound right.
Was it way too much?
Oh yeah, he was only replacing 4 windows, and it was this astronomical amount, and I was like,
oh, windows
what'd you do?
are crazy, I know.
Yeah, I said, what are they, custom made or something? He's like, no, he just, this is what he got quoted from a local vendor where he is. And I was like, well, and I'm still, he hasn't given them to me. I said, send me the sizes, give me the sizes of the window and, which one and stuff like that. I'll check them out. I'll check them out down here and see, what the actual cost of the window is first. And then the rest would be labor, possibly some different repairs depending on, if you have to fix the siding or fix the inside and retrim them, or if they're just, the vinyl replacements nowadays are actually very good. They fit right inside. If you take the old double hungs out, they fit right inside. A couple screws, a little caulking, a little trim work, and they're done and they're actually good. They're double panes and everything. They do a lot of good stuff that you can use.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I think we'll probably shut down. Just before I lose darkness here, I'm going to go and check the rest of my water establishment here. Make sure the rest of the gutters are cleaned out.
Well, thanks for having me. Tomorrow, I'm going to have at 4 o'clock Eastern tomorrow. I'm going to be on with Orphan Red, and we're going to I'm going to let her present. Mandela.
Cool.
Mandela effect. We're going to talk about that.
So that's going to be on your channel? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that, Mark. That's going to be on your channel, on the Zulu One channel?
Yeah, on my channel. Yeah, on Zulu One. Tomorrow at 4 p.m. I'll set it up now, so it's all ready.
Oh, good. Yeah, give people a little heads up notice and stuff. That'd be great. I'll definitely join. I'll join in the chat, obviously, and then if you're still on later on, probably jump in or something. And that was
awesome.
Yeah, great chat actually. With I want to thank Anthony, Mr. THC, who came on first and went through a plethora of information. I had more stuff about banking, and I did a video earlier today, which was. My particular situation, what I found, Zulu One, Mark, obviously good as always, and good back and forth, and Dave White, who also jumped in. Pillbox jumped in for a quick second, and maybe we'll see him in a future one here. To all the people in chat, thanks for keeping it going. We've been very nice out there, good questions, and everybody seemed very interested. And I would say, boy, just go back and replay some of the certain areas of the video, and there's just a bunch of information on a lot of different subjects. So until then, everybody, take care. Mark, you want to add anything? We added your tomorrow at 4 p.m. Zulu One channel. We'll be having Orphan Red on and speaking about the Mandela effect, among some other topics, I'm sure. Other than that, if you have anything to add.
No, I'm good. Thanks for having me again, Larry. As always, I enjoyed it.
Okay, thanks. Myself as well. So everybody out there, take care. We'll all be around the chats after we do a couple things on the honey-do list, as it were.
And goodbye to everyone in the chat.
Exactly. So take care, everybody. We'll see you soon.